So, good morning, everybody. If people can sit, and we will have more people coming in the morning and different times. Brussels is busy, including the traffic. So I'm Isolina Boto. I'm the manager of the CTA office in Brussels. I welcome you on behalf also of my director, who is not with us today. He's in the Pacific currently, but following certainly from web stream, because I also say hello and good morning to the people following us live now, as always, and giving us a lot of feedback and very often asking questions as well during the panel. This activity, for those of you who are new today, who haven't come to a Brussels briefing before, as you would have noticed, is the number 43. So we have done since 2007, 42 so far from 2007, and it's a partnership where CTA coordinates the partnership with the European Commission, of course, DG devco, always, but also sometimes DG Agri, DG Trade, and others. The ACP group, the group who welcomes us to the year of Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific countries, and we are in their house. We wouldn't thank them enough to welcome us here. And also Concord, which is the platform of NGOs for development in Brussels, the secretariat who represents all the NGOs in development of the EU member states. So these small sessions of half a day are intended just to exchange some knowledge, especially on the first panel always, but more importantly, practical cases showing some successes in the field, and we always are very happy to welcome people who are coming from Africa, the Caribbean, and Pacific to share their knowledge. And a very exciting topic today of emerging donors and rising powers in ACP agriculture is also co-organized with the CIRAD, the French International Cooperation for Development, and I thank very much all of CIRAD group, and in particular Professor Jean-Jacques Gabas, whom most of you would have known if you are interested in the topic. He's the main researcher on South-South and China in Africa in the French cooperation. So I wouldn't like to lose too much time on that, because we have very good speakers and participants today. I would like to start with some of the introductory remarks, and I would like to start with the boss of this house who is welcoming us, the Secretary General, Pierre Gomes, former ambassador of Guyana, and the dean of actually ACP ambassadors here, is now the Secretary General appointed in December 2014 by the 11th Council of Ministers of Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific here in Brussels, and took up function, in 2015. Not only is very knowledgeable on, of course, many things as a professor. You started as a professor many years ago, and then you worked in the UN system, in many also of research organizations, representative to the WTO, FAO, and much more. But on the topic of today, you have been already, as ambassador, the first one highlighting the need to move to this agenda, to look it carefully in order to strengthen linkages and synergies, not only on South-South, but insisting as well on the triangular cooperation. So we have to acknowledge that most of the work done in his house is thanks to you, and it has been an inspiration for us as well. So again, thank you for welcoming in this place, in the ACP Secretariat in Brussels. Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Isolina. Thank you for inviting me to your 43rd birthday party, your 43rd Brussels briefing. I'm happy that as the Secretary General, I am allowed to be here. And I saw my invitation was only to make some welcome remarks. Well, I wish to ask if I have your permission, I can stay for a while.
Of course.
Thank you.
We will be very honored.
This, of course, the Brussels briefing is one of the flagship activities, and the mother of it all is Isolina. And I want to claim, yes. I want to claim only a very modest contribution, that she has always inspired me. And I admire, too, that in all the activities, the percentage and the proportion of women are increasingly growing, and the contribution, therefore, accounts for the great quality that we've had. But to, of course, our dear friend Mr. Bernard Ray of the Commission and Jean-Cyril of CIRAD from our Sugar Research Program, to all our distinguished speakers and the panelists and those who have traveled from far. I'm happy that in looking at my notes, I wanted to refer to Burkina Faso, and I'm glad to know that Burkina Faso is here. I want to say on behalf of the ACP, not only that we welcome you to the event, but we want you to understand your place is not only for one event, but your place is to belong with us in the family of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific group of states. We are unique, and we are proud of 40 years from 1975 with the Georgetown Agreement and the Lomé Convention, that this unique expression of how development cooperation between the North and the South initially can now broaden itself to South-South and triangular cooperation. And we're very happy that this very conference room, Michel Severino of France, when his book Le Temps d'Afrique was just about to be published, had not published, Africa's Time, he came here to deliver the feature for our first symposium on South-South and triangular cooperation. We're very happy, therefore, that you are participating and carrying forward this little seed that we have sown. It is growing tremendously. It has grown so much that the very paradigm and understanding of development is shifting. And we're very keen that we do not refer to aid. It never has been meant to be aid. It is meant to be an instrument by which the knowledge, the resources, the concerns, and the interests of parties, supposedly the developed or more developed countries, or industrialized developed countries, will work with the countries of the South. And now that the global South has shifted and expanded so much, that is why the concept of emerging, and I also see that in the Financial Times, they're reluctant for us to still speak of emerging economies. The way in which China has become the second largest with its GDP of almost 10 trillion, still far behind the 17 trillion of the United States, and in between what you have with Europe taken together is still the largest market. So the relationship, we must see it as something very dynamic and changing. Having, therefore, this understanding, when we focus on agriculture, it is critical. Because for the developing world, for the global South, the largest proportion of persons employed or seeking their livelihood is still in the agriculture and rural communities. Even though the rapid urbanization is taking place, the urbanization is taking place perhaps given the decay and the dislocation of the rural areas. We're very happy too in the ACP to be associated with the event last week in Dakar, where the incoming president, Isolina of the African Development Bank, has put forward a great program for agricultural transformation. The transformation of the agricultural sector and the entire rural communities is essential if we will address how the 800 million still remain impoverished without the capacity even to have access to food, but also access to food that is nutritional. The access, therefore, is an area of concern for us, and that access must enable those who are producers to benefit. We have a contradiction, and coming from the Caribbean, the history of the plantation economy and society is such that those who are the providers and producers of agricultural commodities or in the agrarian sector are those who remain most dependent on imported food. I remember several years ago when we did work on rural development in the Caribbean, in the little shop in Dominica, we could see on the shelves those who are producing some food, mainly the root crops, but working in the banana plantation or in the citrus plantations to sell, to earn a living, had to be buying from the shop the food, and it was canned food, the canned corned beef. It is a great contradiction that the producers are unable to feed themselves, and not only to feed themselves, but to address food in a nutritional way. Therefore, then, when we look to the topic for this morning and your deliberations. We're very happy to see it as one step forward in how, working together, we will play a part in what is required as no less than a revolutionary change in the understanding of the agriculture and rural sector, cooperating with what are called the emerging providers of assistance, learning from each other, South-South cooperation, but carrying it to a new and different stage. That new and different stage is the abolition of poverty. The abolition of poverty is now the challenge that we face. It was reiterated very strongly, to which all our countries, all 196 or 7, that committed to the Sustainable Development Goals to 2030, means we have a mandate and a charge that we must take very seriously. And that mandate to abolish poverty in the 21st century is one we cannot shirk from. In the 19th century, we participated in the abolition of slavery. In the 20th century, the abolition of apartheid. The great movement for the abolition of apartheid, the end of apartheid, was one that all across the world and the continents we participated in. Now, therefore, we are to be part of this abolition of poverty from the rural and agriculture sector. I wish you very well in the deliberations, and I do hope that you will participate with us in the ACP group as we try to pursue this transformation of agriculture in the rural sector to bring well-being and the quality of life to the many millions who are still without food and nutrition. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. And again, thank you very much to you colleagues and your staff as well, who are always very supportive and we interact very well. I wish to give the floor now to the European Commission, to EuropeAid, the other partner in this series of briefings since 2007. And today, Bernard Rey is with us, the Deputy Head of Unit for Food Security, Rural Development, Nutrition, Trade. We were saying before that they are all very small agendas. So Bernard Rey is a veterinary doctor by training, but very much involved from the start in research. So you have both sides, research and policy, with a lot of practical and in-field experience. You have been in many of the EU delegations in Africa, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Kenya, Madagascar, but also in South Africa, in Latin America, Mexico and others. So we'll be very much, we welcome you. Again, thank you also to your colleagues who interact with us in organizing those briefings. And thank you very much for being with us this morning. Bernard?
Thank you, Isolina. Still want to quote you, Ambassador Gomes. It's probably, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a pleasure for devco to be here to co-organize this Brussels briefing on a topic which is a reality which presents many challenges for the European Commission and for the countries with whom we are engaged in development cooperation. And thank really for the CTA to have convened here the speakers and the quality of speakers, because I believe that the agenda is really a challenging one and a very interesting one. Now, it's a reality that the European Commission, devco, needs to understand well, because it has a lot of impact on the way we interact and intervene in the countries with whom we have development cooperation. We need to gather evidence on the policies, on the practices of the emerging donors in the African continent in particular. This is needed because on the political sphere, it has a lot of implications, and in the way the economies are influenced. That means also that we need to understand well and assess the impact on those policies and practices on the economic growth, on the economies, and on the poverty reduction targets over the years of these emerging donors and new economies. So even though not all of these emerging economies are reporting to the DAC, to the OECD DAC. We estimate that the total commitments to Africa from 7 of these emerging donors, I will name them, the 7 major ones: Brazil, China, India, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and the United Arab Emirates. It's over 10 years, over the last 10 years, about 80 billion euro which have been provided. So that's a very significant amount that we cannot ignore. What's more, ODA to Africa from the while ODA to Africa from traditional donors is expected to grow by between 5 billion to 11 billion, between 5 billion to 11 billion per year until 2020, the growth of the emerging donors is probably to be larger, between 7 billion and 17 billion per annum in the current estimates. So these figures really show that non-traditional donors provide not only a significant, but also an increasing amount of aid and amount of, even if Ambassador Gomes has stressed that the paradigm is probably different, the financial transfers remain very significant and increasing. New models, as has been explained, are in place, and definitely we need, and we are very happy for this Brussels briefing to take place, because these new models, triangular cooperation, South-South cooperation, need to be properly analyzed, and in particular, we need to understand very well what are the implications for the national legal and regulatory frameworks that manage development assistance. Because if you change the paradigm, if you change the model, we have to make sure, and in certain countries we are already providing technical assistance to look at these considerations. I'm afraid that's my phone, I will go stop it.
Yes.
Of course, there are a number of implications, which is what is happening at country level. As you know, the European Commission, together with the other member states, European member states, are very active promoters of political dialogue in country around agriculture, to try to see that our development assistance is in the best possible way aligned to the national policies and contributing strategically to these development policies. This is an issue with the emerging donors, and in many countries there are efforts to associate them to this political dialogue, and at least to be associated to the donor coordination efforts in country level. Because we need to engage with these emerging donors, and we need to understand well what is being done. And of course, the other point is here the transparency of these financial flows, transparency of what is being done, because this is a sine qua non criteria to have this good donor coordination. So in summary, if you consider that the European Commission is going to assist about 60 countries in the world in the coming 5 years, 6 years, in agriculture and food security, we are going to commit about 1 billion euro per year consistently in these more than 60 countries around agriculture. It's very important that we take these emerging donors and new economies activities in the field of agriculture, because it has a lot of interaction. It can make European Commission aid even more efficient, even more effective for the objectives that we have of food and nutrition security in the world. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ray. I would like to give now the floor to our additional partner of today. I mean, as I was mentioning at the start, the CIRAD is represented by Jean-Cyril Dagalier, whom in Brussels we know, in addition to being a senior researcher, we know him better for having and still managing the sugar research program, very, I mean, according to me, successful program which has been looking at ways of adding value to sugar crops for very important for many of the ACP countries historically. So thank you very much, Jean-Cyril, for being with us. And I give you the floor for a short intervention.
Merci Isolina. Pour changer, je vais parler.
Thank you, Isolina. Maybe to just change things up, I'll speak in French. I'm looking forward to seeing you all slip on your headphones. Isolina, Secretary General, representative of the European Union, my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and the Director General of CIRAD, Michel Eddy, and the Head of Research and Strategy at CIRAD, have asked me to apologize on their behalf. They have other unavoidable commitments today. And they have asked me to represent them here at this briefing and be the standard bearer of the message of CIRAD. Well, of course, CIRAD, for a very long time, for over 30 years, has been working with Brazil, about 10 years with China, with research institutes in both of those countries. We have 32 staff in Brazil, a regional office. We work with 9 institutions, universities, and etc. In China, we have 5 people, an official CIRAD representative, and we work with 3 partner institutions, mainly universities, in areas varying from agricultural research, veterinary sciences, agriculture, information technology applied to agriculture, agricultural research, forests, veterinary sciences, economic and social sciences, and agricultural statistics. Having said this, we know Brazil and China as scientific partners, as co-funders of projects for sometimes very large amounts. The Brazilians and China also work in the industrial and trade areas. We see them distributing agricultural materials, which are often highly developed. They work in the area of sugar refineries. Many of them are owned by Brazilian and Chinese companies. Now, all of this is reflected in the presentation of the briefing, the introductory text that has been distributed to you. I think it's especially well put together. Congratulations, Isolina. Now, Brazilians and Chinese as institutional donors, well, this is not fundamentally surprising. China is today the second or maybe the first major economic power in the world. I think they've overtaken the US. I think there's a logic in seeing China contributing to global development programs. Brazil is a huge country. When you look at the map, it's a very diverse country. It's a democratic country, economically powerful, capable of building its own planes. There is a paradox, though. These 2 countries are extremely powerful, but a large part of their populations live beneath the poverty line and sometimes in very, very difficult conditions. So if they have poor people in their own countries, why are they turning to international cooperation? And this is a question that is often raised on the ground. Why are they working outside of their own countries? And this, of course, begs the question of their motivation. And we believe that their motivation are important to understand for institutions such as CIRAD. For science needs to be credible and have clear justifications and must be independent and avoid conflicts of interest. CIRAD has certain values We are the French Agriculture and International Cooperation Organization for the Development, Sustainable Development of Tropical and Mediterranean Areas. Administratively, we fall under the Higher Education and Research Ministry and the Foreign Affairs Ministry. So we are involved in the policy in both these areas, and we make proposals for these ministries, as agriculture is one of the keys to the successful development of countries in the South. We make our skills available to goals, if you like, having agriculture capable of feeding 8 billion people in 2030, fair, protecting the environment and health of all, locally and globally. We work for agriculture for the service of all, North and the South, that is increasingly an increasingly interdependent world. This is legitimate when you look at the international challenges, emerging diseases, managing biodiversity, food security, the security of harvests. There's an increasing interest in agriculture in the development agenda. And this is the background. We work on training, dissemination of training, sharing knowledge, and of course this helps in the area of agricultural research. We work to ensure that partners can make the choices that are incumbent upon them. And CIRAD, of course, each has this responsibility, and each of our researchers does have this responsibility. We are involved in many international and European networks, and we facilitate access of partners in the South to excellence in the European Union and to funding. And all of this is behind our work, and we try to base ourselves on our experience and skills, and sharing is a fundamental value for CIRAD. And this is in all of our programs with partners for the development of countries in the South. The quality of research is always respected to invent agriculture for tomorrow and transmit knowledge, and we always work towards excellence. There's also openness. All of the researchers go beyond cultural, disciplinary boundaries. They are interdisciplinary, and we work for development, and that is a deep commitment behind which the whole establishment rallies. So in order to carry out our missions with these values, we pay attention to the motivations of donors, and it's important for us to know who they are. And the work of Jean-Jacques Gabas, well, what he'll present will clarify this for us. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Dagalier. So,
thank you very much.
Be very brief, because a lot has been said, and a lot of the research will be presented by, indeed, Dr. Gabas, with whom we have done some of the recent work. Just in looking back, in preparing, and you have the note, the reader, and many other documents in the folders, but in preparing this briefing today, we looked at two we did in 2008, actually, 2008-2009, on new drivers, new players, and at the time, we look more towards the aid architecture, the trends on ODA, the accountability and governance. But what we realized at the time is that there was very little information on agriculture as such, on the agriculture sector and the presence of emerging countries in agriculture sector. So 7 years after, I'm very glad that we revisit this topic, much more based on data from CIRAD and, of course, from other organizations as well, looking at the presence of those in the agriculture sector. And some of them, actually, that we call new donors are like China since 1956. giving aid to Africa and other countries. So a lot of what will be discussed today, at least in the first panel, will emanate from the work that CTA and CIRAD have done together in looking at the China presence in agriculture sector in Africa, at having an overview of the presence of the emerging donors, South Korea, Mexico, Argentina, Turkey, and so on, of course, with the BRICS in Africa. And then we have also, you don't have them in the folders, but they are online because they are quite substantial in terms of pages. We have started with 5 cases documenting the presence of China in 5 countries in Africa: Ethiopia, Togo, Senegal, etc. So, and considering that, of course, China is at the center stage, having half of the cooperation of the BRICS, it's certainly one of the areas which we are interested in. As the European Commission said before, of course, the EU and the member states and some of the leading member states in development cooperation remain the main, founders of cooperation. But we have also noticed that, despite of the food crisis, in very little time, some like China or India have really grown, and the rate of growth has been very impressive. 20-fold in the case of China, Sub-Saharan Africa, and 13-fold in the case of India, Sub-Saharan Africa. And some of them are at the level, actually, of the US or the EU in some countries in terms of presence. On the South-South triangular cooperation, which we acknowledge very much, not only because we are an EU ACP and we are very much interested in sharing the knowledge and expertise of the EU, but because there are much more things happening in the ground and much more complementarities than just, the stereotypes we have very often. And I had, and probably will share some today, but I have very good, fascinating exchanges with Jeremy Rubel, for example, on the private sector, telling me what happens in Africa and how Chinese companies with EU companies are already, working towards more complementarity than just, competition. Also, triangular cooperation, we still have a challenge on some of the definitions and what we mean by triangular cooperation, because on one of the recent OECD surveys, it seems that 75 of the people, which were development assistance providers, international organizations, and so on, 75 say that they were doing triangular cooperation. Yet the definition is very, diverse, and so we need, as Bernard was saying before, a bit more of definition, a bit more of, transparency on what we mean exactly. But we do believe on the complementarity and working together on the ground and sharing of best experiences, be on the research, like Brazil has done very much with EMBRAPA, who is with us today, be on technology, be on trade or investment. We are very much interested on the regional, online with the CTA work program on the regional business plan that we have for the 6 ACP regions, 4 in Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific. We are very much interested on how this South-Southern triangular cooperation anchors within the regional priorities of the countries and the regional economic communities, and how the private sector and the public sector and development cooperation comes together in PPP supporting that. We are, of course, interested very much on the private sector and agribusiness part of it as well, and linking smallholder producers to, markets, regional, but also international markets, of course, as well as access to finance. And in that context, CTA, of course, for more than 30 years, although we haven't been working for a very long time on emerging countries and its presence in agriculture, apart now doing some research with CIRAD and a few other things, but we, yes, have done South-South cooperation by the way of promoting exchanges between African countries, and especially in the case of small island economies, promoting significantly exchange between Caribbean and Pacific, who have some, and Indian Ocean islands, who have some of the very similar commonalities in terms of markets, structure, climate change, etc. And we have also noticed that the emerging countries are very, very active in other areas than agriculture, but very much linked to, which are climate change, coastal management, fisheries, so some of the areas we are very much interested interested. In that context, we have done a lot on climate change, on knowledge management and the role of ICTs in agriculture, as well as on production and trade. And we have just next week, we will have a Caribbean agribusiness forum where we bring actually many of the South-South cooperation. So our interest is to engage much more, to know more, as the Commission and the SG were saying before. We need to know much more which is happening in the field, but with a positive approach that we can collaborate more. We only believe that sitting in the same table will make some advancement in support of Africa, but also Caribbean and Pacific. We have some knowledge on Caribbean and Pacific countries, and I'm very glad that Mr. Zhang is also with us, because he has just finished a research on the Pacific Islands. There is not very much done on agriculture again. In the Caribbean and Pacific, very much is in other sectors than agriculture. So we would be willing to support as well more research on those, and as well on the PPPs. So with no more delay, I would like that we start now the program, so the first presentation, and by Jean-Jacques Gabas, who will present some of the very recent, as I said, he's published 2 months ago, research he has done with his colleagues in the field on Africa. So thank you very much for being with us.
Merci beaucoup, Isolina, pour ces propos.
Thank you for this introduction, Isolina. So, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, it is an immense pleasure I have to present some of the results of our research, because I think that my presentation will be what do we know, what knowledge have we built up, and what implications can we take from that in terms of policy from this research. And of course, I must reiterate that the CTA has been very involved. So, with regards to methodology, first of all, we wanted to analyze data and draw lessons with regards to cooperation policy. And the French Development Agency has worked with us, and the CTA, and of course CIRAD. Our method has been quite simple. We came up, first of all, with a database so that we could see what all agricultural projects that were funded by public and private partners in China, in Sub-Saharan Africa, especially in West Africa and Southern Africa, focusing on the fact that this database would reflect projects that are effectively implemented rather than hypothetical ones. But of course, if there is a hypothetical project, we will put it down as being a possible project. And I would like to stress one of the points that was raised by one of the previous speakers. There are a lot of preconceptions and a lot of mistakes with regards to how people see the presence of the Chinese. So we wanted to establish the facts. Secondly, we came up with monographs, a series of monographs in South Africa, Benin, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Ethiopia, Mali, Mozambique, Senegal, and Togo. Of course, this is not in any way exhaustive with regards to the African continent, but this is the beginning of a research process which we did with CIRAD and colleagues from Tsinghua University, working on issues of cooperation between China and Africa, and the Pretoria University in South Africa, University of Pretoria in South Africa. And we looked at foreign trade of emerging countries with Sub-Saharan Africa. We analyzed several aspects, quantitative aspects, and sectoral analysis. And then you can see a summary of this work. It's available. Isolina Boto reminded us, and it will be on the CTA site, available for consultation on the CTA site. So let me come back to an initial point on the results of this research. We referred to the very high growth, and foreign trade is certainly something, an area where you can see the relationship between emerging economies and Africa. So when you compare, look at the export and import of all products, if you look at between the European Union, 27, and the emerging countries. So I hope you can actually see, now if you look at the top lines, you see the European Union rate that's with, and of course you see China as well. These statistics are from 2013. Of course, the most recent results from 2014 show that the volume of trade between China and Sub-Saharan Africa is at the same level as the European Union of the 27. And I'll look at growth for 2015. And the other emerging countries have slower growth. And with regards to the U.S., someone spoke about U.S. and China. Well, of course, the U.S. is much lower since the new millennium. So if you look at this overall figure, you need to, of course, go into more detail. So there's a concentration in certain countries. South Africa, Angola, and Nigeria are the major countries for trade, and there are few products, petroleum and mining. So where is agriculture? There, because of course that's a subject that is of interest to us here today. Agriculture just represents a very low amount. Only 9% of its export to Sub-Saharan Africa and 4% of its imports from Sub-Saharan Africa. So there hasn't been really a big focus on agriculture. With regards to the structure of exports and imports between China and Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, there again you see a very interesting element, which is somewhat perhaps strange. That is to say, Sub-Saharan Africa and the rest of the world has very similar trading patterns as it does with China. So imports are raw materials, wood, raw cotton, and exports as many processed cotton, tomatoes, wood, etc. And an initial element that allows us to get away from the strange idea that Chinese investment is only to feed China. Well, the statistics do not bear this out, and it will not be this in the coming years, even if we look into a crystal ball and try to predict the future in the medium and long term.
Alors, et dernier élément.
And one last element to further buttress that idea, agricultural inputs into China from Sub-Saharan Africa are very low, a low percentage of the total. That is to say that Sub-Saharan Africa is not a strategic breadbasket. And if we were to go into the details, though time does not allow to specifically tackle that aspect, if we were to compare Europe to China and its trade with China, they are and Africa, they're the main trading partner. And I also wanted to, that was my comment on the statistics on trade. Now, of course, we're all aware there is a financial and economic crisis in China. And what are the consequences on trade between China and Africa for the future years? I must apologize I must say the answer would be that it would be very difficult to make such an estimate. We have partial statistics. As of 2015, we see a growing trend towards a drop in trade, especially from oil exporting countries like Nigeria and Angola towards China. Now, will there be a drop in terms of trade in manufactured goods or a drop in demand for cotton-based products? I cannot say for sure. Opinion is divided, we do think there will not be a reduction in activity by Chinese, by companies that do export to China. I'd now like to give you some points, quite a mixed basket, but this will give you more information on the type of intervention of China in sub-Saharan Africa based on the database and monograph on China. First of all, we have more activity, whether it be public or private, in western rather than southern Africa. We have small holders feeding into the trade in livestock and major projects. Well, you actually would cite them in terms of the numbers of projects rather than the amounts or volumes of financing. We also would have to point out there are 25 agricultural demonstration or extension service centers which are active. Another fact that needs to be put into context is China is often accused of land grabbing in sub-Saharan Africa. We have been on the ground, and our analysis of the data when confronted with the land matrix is that I would say that the land acquisition by China is well below that of traditional partners such as American investors or Gulf countries. One example could be in Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Mali as well. There was reference to sugar earlier in the Nsukala region, and in Cameroon, where there are plans for rubber and manioc, cassava production. But they're no more active than other investors. Chinese investment is mostly in vegetable gardening, cotton. You also have some investment in South Africa, as far as sugarcane is concerned as well in South Africa, and cassava for the Chinese market. But the majority of these products are intended for internal, rather domestic West African or Southern African markets, or the exception of rubber and cocoa, which are both focus areas. These are developed for the international market rather than the Chinese market. In terms of the triangular cooperation, which is yet another aspect of Chinese involvement in Africa, clearly, as far as we can see, although this is not set in stone, this is basically a cooperation on the basis of multilateral donors like the FAO and the World Bank, and there are initiatives in place based on data provided by the FAO. Earlier, Mr. Bernard spoke of the assistance to the assistance provided by emerging countries, which is not negligible. Although it is difficult to obtain precise figures, because statistics available originate from the OECD committee and not from the Chinese authorities, especially the Ministry of Trade. The white paper of July 2014 points out that Africa is not a marginal continent in Chinese policy. Much of their aid, 50% in fact, is directed towards sub-Saharan Africa. But you may have difficulty finding exact figures because to date we do not have precise figures. We have rather narrative accounts. We have investment in infrastructure, social sectors, like hospitals. And so there are limits to the total volume invested. It is not because it is low in volume or value that this cooperation is not considered important by the Chinese policymakers in terms of soft power dividend. I would conclude this first part by stressing that, in fact, ideas on development cooperation, on the issues and challenges of development in Africa are not ideas that do not circulate between continents. That is to say that there is a lot of osmosis, a lot of exchange between Chinese, North American, and other researchers, perhaps to a lesser extent from Europe and Africa. So just to say that we're not operating in silos, there is a growing trend towards internationalizing these ideas and the exchange of ideas, which will have a decisive, will be a determining factor in the determination of a future policy. Knowledge generation in China, as far as development is concerned, would indicate that there is increasing recognition of Chinese production, and we've had a literal explosion in scientific articles produced. The agricultural extension centers, these are indeed a model for cooperation. There are 25 which were announced at the FOCAC, the Forum on Cooperation between Africa and China, in 2006. And when China makes an announcement, in general, they do carry that out. So, of course, there has been a variation in the pace of installation of these centers, but many of countries are concerned. This is a very interesting model. I won't go into the detail. You will see reference being made to them in quite a lot of detail in the monographs you have. This makes the link between trade, aid, and business. Now, this model, first of all, gives the government of China an important role in building these centers. They then focus on a partnership with public enterprises, public bodies, as the case in Cameroon, and it is these bodies that will manage the centers. Thereafter, there is an appeal made for inputs, phytosanitary products, for example, as well as products from China, which will spark something interesting. The idea of programming an end to aid, and there is a provision, or plans are afoot in all of the centers for the centers, the extension centers, to be handed over to national authorities. In the case of Cameroon, it is 2023. That is when that will happen. There is another interesting aspect to this. Element of planning for an end to aid. There is a view that the problems in Africa are technical in nature. First of all, making available the correct varieties. And this is in line with the ideas on the Green Revolution. And we're talking about very small areas or plots of land, a few hectares really. And what they do there is carry out demonstrations, they disseminate information, carry out training of African leaders in this area. Now, of course, the picture is not all rosy. And of course, there is an issue in some aspects, the lack of dialogue between these centers and national agronomical research centers. Clearly, this can work quite well in Mali, but very often does not work in other countries, and that is a weak point, as well as cooperation with regional cooperation centers like Africa Rice. It's almost there's almost no such cooperation in place. I want to now build up to another point. In discussing governance of international aid, China is, of course, involved. They're involved in major fora. They're working in the CAD working groups in Addis Ababa. They're also present at all aid effectiveness events. But when I am in the field, and when I look at how cooperation and coordination between the various stakeholders on the ground, we see there are real problems, or there is a need to further build on this coordination and consultation in the field. I think this stems from a lack of confidence. You've got to build confidence even before you start up triangular cooperation efforts. The stakeholders on the ground do not know one another. They do not know one another, and no one seems to be aware of the accumulated knowledge. And here I will blow my own horn, on trumpet, the CIRAD. Are they aware of the amount of knowledge that has been gathered in such places in Benin, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire? Not at all. Is there knowledge or information about the seed varieties being developed? I think one thing, if there's one thing we could do in the very short term, as far as international cooperation is concerned, is that we should build exchanges. We should focus on that. And earlier I spoke with Mr. Bernard informally. Since 2008, we have seen an upturn for agriculture. It is back on the top of the agenda. And when you look at the development finance landscape at international level, there is a need to integrate the emerging countries in that dialogue. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Gabas.
Thank you, Dr. Gabas, for that very interesting presentation. Unfortunately, you did not have much time to present it, but indeed, as you said, very detailed studies are available, and CIRAD and CTA and others all have in common their efforts to facilitate exchanges that would lead to better information on practice. I think I'll now give the floor to Mr. Erich Schaitza. I hope I've pronounced your name correctly, who is from the Brazilian Agricultural Research body, EMBRAPA. He also has been working for many years in the area of research. Up to 2015, he was coordinator of EMBRAPA for Africa, based in Ghana. And in that role, you worked very closely with a number of African countries. I'd also like to thank you on behalf of the organizers, and also on my own behalf, for the assistance, all the assistance you provided to us in terms of contacts, expertise, case studies from the field. These are projects that are very often not documented, and so it would be quite difficult to identify them as far as Brazil is concerned. Thank you very much for coming to be with us as well. Mr. Schaitza.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Well,
I think my French is too bad to speak French. Well, first of all, I'm under license from EMBRAPA, so I'm not speaking in the name of EMBRAPA. Now I'm a student in England for a short period, for 1 year period. But anyway, I had a nice experience being in Africa for 3 years. And I will speak a lot based on my experience, not on research. So I'm talking about Erich, who has traveled in Africa and talked to many partners and seen projects. But anyway, just to speak, I would like to give a small overview of Brazil. Brazil is a huge country. Most of the country is still forests. We do have problems of deforestation and all that, and we are trying to address that. But we are growing a lot in terms of agriculture. We, in the 90s, we were importing food. Currently, we are one of the world leaders in the food market, in the global food market, and we are leaders in exporting chicken, poultry, and other products. In Brazil, we treat agriculture in two different ways. The first is the commercial agriculture, which is made by large farmers. It's quite extensive, high-tech, and it's, well, it's coming up more and more. And we also deal with the family farming. So family farming is very important to us, and it's very important to the country in a way that we are building a new middle class in the field. We are trying to avoid having subsistence farmers. What we want are small businessmen in the countryside. And actually, I think we were very successful with that in the late years. And one similar thing we have with Africa is that we have many small farmers producing food for Brazilians. The big difference is that our small farmers are large farmers to Africa. The average size of a small farmer in Brazil is 15 to 50 hectares. And in Africa, we talk about half to 1 hectare. So our small is much larger than the small of Africa. We have two main challenges in our agriculture. At least EMBRAPA addresses that, and our Ministry of Agriculture talks about that. The first is the sustainable increase of agricultural production, and that means also the sustainable management of forests. And the second is climate change. Climate may not change that fast as sometimes we get the impression from TV. It seems that tomorrow morning it will be 150 degrees. It may take longer, but we must have new varieties. We must have new systemic approaches to agriculture to changes that are happening. This graph, I don't want you to read that, but just the red line is the agricultural area in Brazil. It's almost flat. We did not grow in area. What we did grow was in yield. So this is the yield of the main crops in Brazil. And we see that we had, in the 90s, we were producing, for instance, half what Americans used to we had half the yield of Americans in soybeans, and now we have yields which are 2-3% larger than the American one. So we really grew in terms of yield, and that means technical capacity. And we did that in part because we had technical cooperation from many countries. And I'm from EMBRAPA. EMBRAPA is a research company, and many times we tend to put ourselves as the reason for growth. And we do have developed many appropriate technologies to our farmers, but EMBRAPA is not the single responsible for growth in Brazil. We do have different policies which helped us grow in terms of agriculture. I'm not from cooperation. I'm from an agricultural research company which is cooperating in Africa as a branch of Brazilian government. And we don't do technical cooperation if it's not told by our ambassadors, by our by our agency of cooperation, the Brazilian agency of cooperation. We don't do technical cooperation. What we do is scientific cooperation, because that's to our development. What I mean is that we are very free to cooperate with CIRAD or with CSIR in Ghana or other institutes, or CARI in Kenya, because that's scientific. But we don't do technical assistance. We do develop technical assistance if the Brazilian government tells us to be an agent there. We also do some projects which are of national interest, so we need to find a pest control agent or something like that. We go there. And I think we do lots of pilot projects. And I say pilot projects because we share with Africa a very similar condition. And so we have many scientists that go to Africa, and without an institutional mandate, they will go there and develop projects together with Africans. Later, I will tell the story, and a very brief story about the wolf and the goats in Ethiopia. So Brazil, another similarity we have is that Brazil is a very big country, and Africa is also a very big country. And when we look at Brazil, it seems that we are a single, a monolithic place, because we all speak Portuguese, but we have 26 states, many different environmental conditions, and many different ways of seeing agriculture. And I see that each state in Brazil has almost the size of a country in Africa. So we have a great opportunity to promote non-government to government cooperation, but maybe state to countries. And states are more close to businesses than the country itself. When we look at Africa, and it's again a similarity. We talk about Africa as if Africa were the same, as if Burkina was the same as Kenya, and it's such a diverse continent. But in general terms, what we have is many small farmers, and they are too small. We have also problems of land tenure all over Africa. Technology is near non-existent, and subsistence is very important. We don't have integration between cultures or between farmers, we don't have integration in Africa. And we have big losses in most areas of agriculture. So we also have a barrier when as we Brazilians, we speak Portuguese. And so our linkages to Angola, Mozambique are much and Cape Verde are much larger than to the other countries. And the barriers is in two sides, from the Brazilian side and also the African one. In Brazil, our farmers have a huge amount of credit. They have vocational education, they have extension. Extension agents in Brazil are reasonably good. In Africa, they are lacking. We have many organizations of producers which are aimed at producing much more than representing farmers. And we talk about chicken as flying corn, because farmers sell most of their chicken to them. They sell most of their corn to themselves to produce chicken. So integration is a big business in Brazil. And our market is much more organized than African. I think later Vincent will talk about the program of one of the programs we have in Brazil, where we try to use the purchase power of Brazilian government to increase agricultural production and agricultural expertise of farmers. Anyway, what I will talk about some examples of success and of failures of our relation. And I say that when I talk about failures, maybe I'm being bad to these projects because we are very new to these cooperation things. And we always want things to happen in 1, 2, 3, 4 years. But successes are built over decades and over a longer period. So sometimes we are just too anxious to get results, and things will happen. So first, let's talk a little bit about Cotton 4. Cotton 4 is a project we did with Chad, Benin, Mali, and Burkina Faso to promote the culture of the agriculture of cotton. This is a very nice triangular cooperation where the money came from US. They lost a claim from Brazil at the World Trade Organization and had to put some compensations in to our farmers, and these African countries were our partners, and part of the compensation was put into cooperation in Africa. So we established with these 4 countries a research center to do biocontrol of some pests. Also, we started to work with conservation agriculture in cotton, and we introduced varieties there which are perhaps more productive than the African ones. And I think we had a very good success, and now the Coton 4 is being named Coton 4 plus Togo, because Togo is joining the group and the project is growing to get 5 countries. And so they will continue selecting material and working with pest control and things like that. And this project is being expanded to another 2 sites, to East Africa with Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, and then to Southern Africa with Mali, Mozambique, and some other countries. And this is in each of these countries about $10 million will be invested. But they are very similar projects, and they aim at increasing yield and increasing the capacity of production of cotton. We have a platform for scientific cooperation, which is diplomacy independent. Actually, the Brazilian Agency of Cooperation put money in that, and many donors from the Northern Hemisphere also put money there. We call that the Africa-Brazil Agricultural Innovation Marketplace. Every year we make call for projects, and Brazilians and Africans develop typically small projects of about $80,000, and there's no salary in these projects. And if we were accounting for salaries from both sides, the projects would be much larger, or the amount of money invested would be much larger. But these currently we have about 50 projects. We have some ending, some starting, and they are very neat. And they range from the development of cultivars to the development of vaccines, or even to the development of pumps which help irrigation and things like that. So just this is a map. There is a website with all these projects. When we look at the map, we see a number of balls there, but when we zoom, we see that the 3 balls we can see there for Ghana, actually there are a number of projects which are being developed. And so we have inoculants for cowpea. We are developing tools to plant and harvest cassava, which are not actually to the Brazilian market any longer, but to the African market. And this is a photo of Rhizobium bacteria. And actually, it's very small, but a handful of these bacteria will cost us about $2. And with a handful of bacteria, we will have around 300 kilos more of cowpea without adding any other fertilizer. Unfortunately, here we are too far, but we can see from the top left photo and from the bottom left photo that the same condition we get much more green matter if we inoculate cowpea. And also, we get much more production of grain, and that's what interests farmers. So there's a large opportunity, and it's a reasonably simple project of production to produce that in Africa, and not to sell inoculant from Brazil. We have so many problems to pass our customs in Brazil, let alone problems to pass customs in Africa. And the live organism would die in the port of Ghana if they don't produce that in Africa. So it's a business opportunity to produce that. And we did this small project, and AGRA, a very nice organization in Africa, they just jumped and now they are financing the SARI to produce, they are financing a $1 million project to produce inoculant in West Africa with the support of Brazilians. And as our project ended, from now on, all our help to the Ghanaians is pirate. So we've been finding money and ways of putting people to these projects and to take them to Brazil. The wolf and the goat. The wolf is because a guy from Brazil is named Lobo. He works with the breeding of goats, and he simply started to teach Ethiopians how to manage their herds to breed things. And the thing grew. Icardas came there and described the process he was doing, and they developed a protocol to do this communitary breeding. And then they developed a contract, and the herds of goats from Ethiopia are managed, and the crossings are managed from a database which is at EMBRAPA now. But anyway, so this happens. Things start because we have similar interests. And my time is nearly over. I will just jump something and show here a project of producing energy. So it's a Norwegian company with the owner living for 60 years in Brazil, but the money is Norwegian and the technology is Brazilian. And they are planting acacias to produce charcoal and biochar, and they are planting eucalypts, and all genetic material comes from Brazil. The engineers are Brazilian, but the investment is from Norway. This is rice in Sogakop. The guys who produce, they are producing 2 or 3 or 4 times more rice than local producers, and they bring most things from Brazil, but they share Ghanaian problems. And they are selling rice, 100% Ghanaian rice with Brazilian technology. So climate is so similar that we keep working. And I think the future, just to close things, is just that we should network more. We had some grasses from East Africa, and Brazilian cattle raising is based on grasses from Africa. And when we cooperated with EuropeAid, we saw that we had more grasses or more accessions of grasses from East Africa than institutes in Africa. So we took back our material to improve forages in East Africa. And now CIRAD is proposing a big project to grow that. So anyway, it's a short presentation. This is my email. This is the email of EMBRAPA, and this is email of Africa Brazil Marketplace. Information is there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. Indeed, we had noticed that EMBRAPA was very, very present through very close partnerships with research and scientific cooperation in Africa. And Brazil is in all imaginations when it gets, of course, to cooperation with former President Lula and zero hunger success. But we don't have them today as here we have more the Eastern African Farmers Federation in the second panel. But indeed the ROPA, the West Africa Farmers Organization, a few more have exchanges with the Brazil farmers for already a few years. And they do study visits on each part, which we found also very interesting. So without major delay, Mr. Zhang, who arrived yesterday from Australia after completing research in the Pacific. Of course, we cannot talk about development cooperation in Pacific with the EU, but also with Australia and New Zealand and China and others. So we were very interested because we couldn't find so much, as I said before, on agriculture in the region, more infrastructure and other sectors, energy. But some of the work you have done, Tonga, Papua New Guinea, Samoa, Timor-Leste, also Africa is a big concentration. We didn't want at all not to look into Caribbean and into Pacific. So thank you very much for coming from far and sharing your experience with us.
Thank you.
Mr. Zhang.
Good morning. My name is Denghua from Australian National University.
Well, sorry for the pronunciation then.
First of all, many thanks to Isolina and the organizing committee for this wonderful opportunity. And I'm so glad to share with you my research findings based on my recent fieldwork in Papua New Guinea, East Timor, Cambodia, Australia, New Zealand, and China from last November to last month. And my research is focused very much on the policy level. Yeah. And today I'm going to give you a brief introduction to 4 aspects. First of all, I will give you a brief introduction to Chinese foreign aid in general in the Pacific region, including Chinese aid in the agriculture sector. Second, I will briefly introduce the Chinese trilateral aid cooperation, which is a very new phenomenon in China. And the third, I will share with you some of my findings based on my fieldwork research. And last part is to share with you some of the prospects for the trilateral cooperation between China and traditional donors and UN agencies in agriculture. Oh, sorry. So the Pacific region is not a focus of Chinese foreign aid, but the number is still big. We can see that according to some Chinese official figure, from 1950 to 2009, China provided about $1.6 billion in aid to the region. And in the next 3 years, Chinese foreign aid in the region reached about $610 million. And there are 2 important events in Chinese foreign aid in the region. One is in 2006, when the first meeting of the China-Pacific Economic and Development Cooperation Forum was held in Fiji and attended by then Chinese Premier Wen Jiabao. And Premier Wen promised that China will provide a concessional loan about $490 million to the region in the next 3 years. And in the second forum meeting held in China in 2013, China promised to provide another $1 billion in concessional loans to the region. And you can see on the graph that Chinese aid to the Pacific region accounted for around 4% of Chinese aid in total. And as I have mentioned, agriculture is not a focus of Chinese foreign aid in the region. And in the Pacific region, altogether we have 14 small island countries, and among which China has diplomatic relations with 8 of them. And at this stage, China has provided or is providing the foreign aid in agriculture to 6 of the 8 countries. And most of the agriculture aid projects are small in volume. And for example, we can see that Chinese aid to Papua New Guinea, we have some small-scale mushroom project and also some hybrid rice project. And in Fiji, we have a mushroom demonstration farm. And actually, this agreement, this project was signed in September in 2009, when President Xi Jinping visited Fiji at that time. At that time, he was still the Vice President of China. And we can see that China has the agricultural demonstration farms in countries such as Tonga, Samoa, and the Federated States of Melanesia. And this part is about Chinese trilateral aid cooperation. I checked with Chinese aid officials what term did they use, trilateral or triangular. They said they do not have a fixed term for this. But according to the translation of Chinese white papers, and they use the trilateral. But still for this trilateral aid cooperation, it still means the cooperation between China as an emerging donor together with a traditional donor, either bilateral donor state or the UN agencies, multilateral, such as UNDP, and with a third receiving country. And at this stage, we can see that the Chinese trilateral aid cooperation, is growing. And we have China has projects with UN agencies, for example, with UNDP, and also with FAO, and also with UN Industrial and Development Organization. And with those bilateral donors, China has trilateral aid projects with the United States, for example, in East Timor, the project I'm going to mention a little bit later. And also, China and United States are cooperating to train the Afghanistan diplomats. And China is also having the trilateral cooperation with Britain in Africa, including in Malawi and these are the agricultural transfer projects. And China also did some trilateral projects with Japan and on the environmental protection training for those ASEAN countries. And in the Pacific region, China is doing the trilateral with the traditional donors in the region, that is Australia and New Zealand. And I'm going to talk about the projects a little bit later. This project is between China and the United States in East Timor. This is an agriculture project. And the project started in November 2013 and finished in December last year. And this is the agriculture project that China and the United States, they send agriculture experts to East Timor, and they focus on some selected agriculture projects. From Chinese side, they focus on the cultivation of maize, and from the United States side, they focus on the cultivation of bean and onion. The next two projects are not trilateral projects in agriculture, but they too can share some lights on Chinese trilateral cooperation. This project is between China and Australia in Papua New Guinea. This project is on malaria control in Papua New Guinea. China and Australia, they signed an MOU on trilateral aid cooperation in April 2013. And this project will run from this year, 2015, to 2017. And the Australian side, they will provide the funding for this project, about 4 million Australian dollars. And the Chinese side, they will provide the medical experts. This project is between China and New Zealand in the small Cook Islands, and this project is on the upgrading of water system in their main islands. And the project actually started in February 2014. And this is a big project with an aid budget of 60 million New Zealand dollars, and among which the Chinese side, they provide the loan of about 23 million New Zealand dollars, which is provided by the China Exim Bank, Export and Import Bank, and the concessional loan. And the my research focuses on the motivations behind the Chinese trilateral aid cooperation. According to my research, there are at least 4 main reasons. First of all, I call the engagement imperative. the engagement between China and traditional donors and UN agencies has increased rapidly in recent years, especially after the 2006, the Beijing Forum, the Beijing meeting of the China-Africa Cooperation Forum. And the second, there has been a stronger desire for mutual learning. From Chinese side, as Chinese aid has increased rapidly, China want to learn more from traditional donors on some of their aid policies and aid practices. For example, according to my interviews with some of the Chinese aid officials, they said they are very interested in learning from the traditional donors some areas such as the feasibility studies, the after-project monitoring. And China released an aid guideline in 2014, and China made clear that it has already learned something from the traditional donors. For example, China is going to set up an aid project reserve. This is new in China, and China is going to make the mid to long term the aid project planning, and also to have the country-based planning. The third aspect relates to Chinese strong growing attention to the global image building. So as the Chinese economy continues to grow, China wants to be seen as a responsible international player. Yeah. And trilateral cooperation has potential to serve this purpose. And last, the aspect relates to the requirement from the recipient countries. So the aid coordination and aid ownership continue to be a challenge in the recipient countries. And especially from the Cook Island project between China and New Zealand and the Cook Islands, this project actually was initiated and proposed first from the Cook Islands side to the two donor states. So what are some of the policy implications? First of all, I think in order to promote the further cooperation between traditional donors and China and the recipient countries, they should focus on the pilot projects and do them well. I'm told by almost all the recipients of my interviews, they mentioned this point. Yeah, they said they are focusing on the pilot projects, and before they expand, they want to see whether the pilot projects have done well. The second is that the traditional donors and China, they need to strengthen their engagement. An increased engagement can promote the mutual understanding, which can pave the way for their cooperation in the future. And the third, that they need to identify areas of mutual partnership. By areas of mutual partnership, I mean areas, those both traditional donors and the new donors, they can have something to share according to their comparative advantages. For example, in the China, Australia, and the Papua New Guinea project, Australian side, they have a very good understanding of the situation in Papua New Guinea, and the Chinese side has a strong research ability in malaria control, so they can share and complement each other. And the last point is that trilateral aid cooperation is still new in China, and the Chinese side, the government is very cautious at this stage, and the Ministry of Commerce is the main agency looking after foreign aid in China. And according to my research, they welcome this new modality of aid cooperation. I mean the trilateral aid cooperation, but they're very cautious. Yeah. So because trilateral aid cooperation is still in the beginning in China, so we need to start from those low sensitive projects, especially those public welfare projects. So what are the prospects for the trilateral cooperation in agriculture between China and traditional donors? To me, I think it's quite possible, because cooperation in agriculture is relatively low sensitive compared to the other projects and other areas. But there are some conditions. First of all, we need to have the political support and the political commitment from both the traditional donors and the emerging donors. This is actually, I think this is the precondition for Chinese current trilateral aid projects. Second, if we can have the request from the recipient countries, this can be a bonus to the start of the project, because China pays a lot of attention to the advice from the receiving countries as China focuses on the South-South cooperation, and China focuses its identity as a developing country. And the next one is that because trilateral aid cooperation is still new, and we need to have some patience, and we need to promote the further coordination among all the players, including from the policy level and to those working level on the ground. And because of time, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you did well with the information you had. I was wondering about they have smaller land in the Pacific, but a very big sea and fisheries. So at some point, we should look into that. So the next and final, speaker for this, not for this morning, for before the break, is Jérémy Rubel, who is now Gannibal Consulting in France. He has been working a very long time in China, on Africa, China, Europe cooperation, starting with the telecom Alcatel, you all know, and working with China Exim Bank, together with Japanese and Korean APCs as well. You have, a strong interest, which we share with you, on promoting the synergies between private sector and development aid, and development assistance with development partners. And I thank you very much for sharing your experience with us and about triangular cooperation, but on PPPs and bringing the private sector. Thank you very much, Monsieur Rubel.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Boto.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boto, and thank you to the ACP for receiving me.
En fait, je travaille depuis 10 ans sur les coopérations Chine-Afrique.
I've been working for about 7 years on cooperation between China and Africa, and China, Africa, Europe. And when I worked with Alcatel, I worked with the Chinese government, the co-company that, I used to live in China, in Shanghai, and I worked on several cooperation policies, the government of Fiji, getting funding from China, and public-private partnerships in China. So first of all, just the Chinese vision, this is just to understand things, of its commitment in Africa and developing countries, is not development aid. It's really cooperation, which includes certain aspects of development aid. But when the figures are published of ODA in China, as Mr. Gabas said, it's difficult to determine what is investment and what is pure cooperation. So on this first presentation, I put a map which shows the main PPP projects of China in Africa, because I was very involved in like Yara in Tanzania and the PPP, agricultural PPP. So what do we call public-private partnerships, triangular partnerships? What's the vision of the various actors today? I would like to present a new vision, perhaps for Westerners, with regards to the new advent of China in the world, and how does China see Africa in a globalized world, and what's the relationship with the traditional donors such as Europe in projects? Now, first and foremost, this new concept of the new Chinese Silk Road, which is a physical road, and maritime belt, and the aim is to integrate Eurasia. China is currently negotiating with the Shanghai Cooperation and other countries. We see 2 lines, and so the idea is to come up with a detailed marriage, if you like, where Chinese firms can invest, which is quite different from what was to happen in the past. As you may know, 1/5 of rice and corn and wheat produced in the world is consumed by China. So this strategy, the Eurasian strategy and its connection to Africa, should be seen from this perspective. and especially with the emergence of new Chinese strategies through the AIIB, the Chinese this bank, which is looking at this new globalization of China through trade. For 3 years, China has had stability in raw materials, agricultural commodities, the prices. But I remember 2008 when there was, I remember China really suffered serious impacts when there was a crisis. There was only 9% of farmland in China, of global farmland. So it doesn't really have any sort of major farming. We talk about land grabbing of China and Africa. I've looked at this map. It shows that China owns about 300,000 hectares in Africa, and Britain owns about 10 million, and Norway and other countries as well. So there are many reasons for this. We talked about the various types of cooperation centers or research centers, and they're really small Chinese investments through small, medium-scale companies. Not many of these have been failures. Many of these investment projects, greenfield, etc., have been failures. We spoke about cocoa and palm oil. CIRAD, as a Belgian company, has purchased some of these investments. Now we need to look at the Chinese spirit for South-South cooperation. They are afraid of being criticized, legitimately perhaps, but also wrongly. The Chinese have put in place many safeguards with regards to their position in agriculture in Africa, especially in investment. For example, banks in China are not allowed to loan to Chinese companies to buy land in Africa, but they can make loans for investments in agriculture, and they don't want in any way to be called new colonizers, and they've always been very particular about this. Now there's an aging population increasingly in China, productivity is going down, and they see Africa as a buffer zone where they can take some production activities, transfer, especially in the area of textile, cotton. We'll talk about that later. And for example, they would have labor in the future, perhaps. China doesn't invest in Africa to export to China. They want to cooperate to avoid imbalances in global raw materials prices. As we saw in 2008, with the doubling of the African population, it is necessary to work in Africa. And China wants to do this in a different way. Up to recently, they worked outside of the major international institutions. However, since they've taken the head of the WHO, they have a cooperation approach on subjects that are less sensitive, for example, education in Côte d'Ivoire, triangular cooperation with UNESCO, where they fund, but UNESCO subcontracts to Western companies a 10 million training project. And so increasingly there is sharing in the area of cooperation, and it tries to invest in Africa. So this map shows the number of projects of investment by China in Africa, Nigeria, South Africa mainly, but also a lot in Zambia, Ethiopia.
In Africa, we see a lot of diversity in terms of the Chinese players, more than 100 companies with a lot of experience abroad. And so there's a new paradigm model for investment in Africa to work on key projects. And so it is important to understand with the presence of Africa and China that there is great diversity. You have regional companies, you have even Chinese people residing in Africa who have set up businesses. And in terms of the investment, there are concessional rates for projects like building of dams, But also in terms of capital investment, the China Africa Development Fund does work a lot on agricultural projects, but they are having problems identifying bankable projects. But that does not mean that the Chinese cannot still develop co-financing tools that are quite innovative. You have a project together with the Africa Development Bank that is quite innovative. They've also worked on triangular financing together with France of projects in Africa. So all of these things are happening or are being discussed so that we are seeing a shift in the Chinese vision of triangular cooperation and tools for that cooperation, so that organizations like the ACP are also being harnessed. I wanted to talk of the Chinese investment in Africa. We've spoke of development aid of China in Africa compared to other countries. Chinese investment in Africa represents only 4% of total foreign investment by China. So once again, we should note that until lately, China invested quite little in Africa. This is linked to regulations that were in place. This is now changing, which has seen a relaxing of the rules. That means that they can now invest more. You have on the left of the graph oil exporting countries, non-oil resource-intensive countries, and the rest of the countries which are not necessarily producing oil. So you see that the Chinese are not just present in oil-producing countries. You have companies investing in services, infrastructure, and others. Why is cooperation possible? Prime Minister Li Keqiang has been in talks with France to work on developing investment opportunities with third countries. You see, Europe is currently the main investor in Africa with about 40%, so that the Chinese would turn naturally to them for experience on investing in Africa too. There's a need to further understand the vision of each party involved in this partnership. China considers Africa as a place or land of potential, but carrying risks. And they see in Europe a partner that might help reduce this risk and help to protect the investment. So Europe, through its political authorities and also through private investment, is being called upon to assist. I do agree that there should be dialogue. And what does this mean for the EU ACP? We need to be aware of the goals of Chinese cooperation in development. What are the means for this cooperation? There are attempts to set up common funds with France and also with Britain. And what kind of European policy would work in service of that? Perhaps to be a bit more creative, we could see a situation where startups are financed in an initial phase to launch a project. And I'd like to see the private sector also lead in this. Perhaps a template for cooperation could be developed. You would have to understand the interests of each party. Typically, you would perhaps identify a piece of land which would require investment for irrigation purposes. You would then talk to the Chinese partners to finance the hard infrastructure like building of dams. You would then set up a consortium perhaps to look at the other aspects of the project, working with European companies, for example, to build on long-term profits for the project. So you have a situation where people want to launch projects, but then if you withdraw too quickly, those projects might simply fold. So what is needed is to have more involvement of Chinese businesses working with African and European partners to work on further developing the value chain, as in the maize sector. That has also been evidenced in the cotton textile sector. I am aware of a number of partners who can be identified to work in this area, so that they could be involved in a triangular arrangement, which would give a role to the European Union firms as well, alongside their African counterparts. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rubel, very interesting and practical examples. Indeed, I think we can progress on the PPPs and more concretely with the EU beyond the member states, EU, China, Africa, and other regions as well. So we are always a bit late, actually, but we still have time for some questions. If you have pressing ones, or comments or input, short ones, before we break 15 minutes max, hoping that I don't have to get you back as usual. So if you introduce yourself very, very quickly, and yes, can I know? Okay, yes. François Stepman from PayPart. François?
Yes, I first want to congratulate also the folder we received, because it is very detailed. When I check the bibliography, I'm always tempted to see what you are missing out. And I think you are missing out one thing. While I congratulate Mrs. Mofolo and Mrs. Isolina Boto, is the triangular research collaboration. And I think CIRAD made a very strong point. There is somehow a mistrust. When we talk about European researchers, Chinese researchers, Brazilian researchers, and African researchers collaborating. Now, like EMBRAPA, I also lived for 3 years in Accra, and I was working for the Forum of Agriculture Southern Africa. Now, the three comments I would hear from my African colleagues at FARA about collaboration with EMBRAPA, especially under the Brazil-Africa marketplace, is that first, Brazil and the work of EMBRAPA in Brazil has experienced a lot of opposition from the small-scale farmers or NGOs and produce organizations, because EMBRAPA has always been perceived as favoring the big agribusiness. So then the question is, how relevant is this expertise for Africa? I'm very critical here and stereotypical. And a second comment I'm hearing is that, and this is not unlike Europe, you know, but that like Europe, it is Brazilian experts driven. The research agenda is often from the Brazilian experts. Now, in Europe we have the same issue when we talk about major research programs. Now, this is a bit stereotypical and general, but still it is floating. In the folder, Future Agriculture is mentioned, and Future Agriculture has held a number of meetings also in South Africa on trying to understand the BRIC role into research and into triangular collaboration. And they say something very clear. We assume sometimes something wrong, which is because we are in the same geographical zone, Brazil, Africa, therefore we can share expertise. Of course, this is overlooking the fact that institutionally Africa is far more complex than just being able to extrapolate what happens in Brazil or Indonesia or whatever. And then the last comment about triangular research collaboration, I think you missed out on some bilateral initiatives like DFID. DFID is supporting what they call AgriTrust, whereby Chinese experts would go to Malawi and give some expertise to aquaculture. What I also see is that at the end, indeed new donors, but increased fragmentation. Because, and I think CIRAD made it very clear, and maybe CIRAD could react on that, and I think your recommendation also have a lot to say to us. You talk about porosity, And indeed, researchers have a lot of porosity among themselves, but there's a lot of distrust still. And then the question comes to devco, to DG Agriculture, to DG Health, how can we have indeed what you recommend as an increased number of meetings whereby we can overcome that distrust and create a dialogue. And then I mentioned just one example to be very practical. Yesterday at devco we had a meeting with a World Bank representative on aflatoxin, mycotoxins. We know that Horizon 2020 has now 6 consortia competing for that possibility. It's about aflatoxin mitigation between China and Europe. I think here we have a unique opportunity, very practical, whereby this consortium, which is going to be selected in the coming weeks, Africa, Europe, working on aflatoxin, could also benefit African researchers. So we have a number of very practical examples where we can push things forwards for triangular research collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there others? Yes, please. S'il vous plaît, oui. Le micro, je vous prie.
Please use the microphone. Very quickly. Very well. I have a twofold question. In terms of exchanges in research, do you have patents protecting these, especially when there is some modification involved in the research? You also have another aspect. Experts come into Africa, but in Africa you have local knowledge promoted. I am aware that Brazil tried to work with Guinea-Bissau on cashew nuts because they were considered major producers. You've also had experts come into Guinea-Bissau trying to garner information on this century-old rice growing techniques, and that also didn't work. Now, there will be improvements, perhaps, that will be seen with these efforts and greater or lesser porosity. Be that as it may, experts have not been able to benefit from the centuries of traditional knowledge that is available in Africa, because these countries were considered non-scientific countries, and that is not true, of course.
Anybody else? No. Okay, so you have one, SG? No? Okay. So should I give the floor? Anybody wants to respond to some of the questions? I just have one comment to François Stepman and the lady from Guinea-Bissau, I think, is that what we mentioned earlier. I mean, it's certainly a kind between mistrust and not knowing each other. I mean, the border is very difficult to establish sometimes, because you cannot also just keep accusing because things are not happening. It took a long time also within the EU member states and northern member states to coordinate, and to make a kind of, not yet there, but make a kind of consolidated interventions. A lot is happening in the ground. Thank you very much for sharing more of the projects because it's quite difficult. And that's where the CIRAD database and efforts to consolidate all the projects which work, because you have many which have been designed like anywhere which never, actually happen. To bring them together is already a challenge, because each one has in its, own project. And then when the project finishes, the thing is just in a cupboard. And they show that there is more and more engagement and willingness to do so, because of the complementarity that various of the speakers have, and Mr. Zhang has shown, between the knowledge of a region, which the EU has in Africa for a very long time, for example, and the technology. You cannot just come with the technology without knowing the environment, where organizations have spent 40 years in it, and the same for Australia in the Pacific and so on. So there are deals that shows complementarity on that. Who wants to bring more? Mr. De Gallier?
Merci Isolina. Juste pour...
Thank you, Isolina. Just to respond in terms of intellectual property rights on varieties, for example. We are dealing with that challenge, specifically for seeds like maize and others, and also crops like sugarcane, because you do not simply use actual grain or seeds. But there is one area of concern for me. Traditional local knowledge is internationally recognized and protected, for instance, in terms of laws on biopiracy, gathering essence in one country or samples in one country to take them to another. There are many countries that also forbid or prohibit removal of certain plants from the territory of the country. That is the case in India. So you have something similar in China as well, as regards sugarcane. Countries like Vietnam and to some extent China, Myanmar as well, also have prohibitions on removal of varieties of a crop that is related to sugarcane. For research purposes, we're not allowed to remove that from the country. There are some varieties that do not fall under protection. There is some communication between researchers, but we're not necessarily able to actually have contact with the material. This is also covered by bioethical regulations. It's something that is quite good, and we're working on it.
Oui, juste pour rebondir sur ce que vous avez dit.
Just to respond to what you said, Madam, we don't want to indulge in self-pity. No, clearly there are some areas where you see a lack of resources resulting in near disastrous situations, aging infrastructure and so on. And that leads to a reduction in scientific innovation, and a situation that you alluded to, with each stakeholder comes in with what they consider to be a solution. But history has demonstrated that that is not, it is not that simple. And I do agree that we're at in a very early phase when we should be working on building a number of institutions, and these institutions have over the years actually become dilapidated.
Mr. Schaitza?
Well, I know I'm not good with time, but I tried to show that both Brazil and Africa have the problem of stereotypes. So does EMBRAPA. EMBRAPA is very big. And we do have different regions and different programs in Brazil which addresses different problems. And we do have different NGOs which will complain a lot. Well, for instance, EMBRAPA is responsible for the whole deforestation of the Amazon because we developed techniques to plant in the Amazon. But we are not so big to cover that. What I see is that we do have many technologies that can be adapted and developed with Africans. And the thing we have is that many technologies which come from knowledge, traditional knowledge African, can also go back to Brazil and promote our development. And we do have a big problem of image of Africa within our researchers. If we ask our researcher, the typical one wants to go to Washington, Paris, London. They don't care about going to Africa with all problems. So they like to travel, good food and things like that. And we have a big fight to improve the image of Africa and opportunity Africa is for us to grow. Now we have many programs like Cashew in Africa, which come from Brazil. The cassava is from Brazil, and we do use grasses from Africa. So we have to increase this and help small and big farmers.
But EMBRAPA success has been very successful in Brazil in protecting their research as well. You couldn't have any collaboration on project with Brazil without strengthening and using Brazil capacity, and I think that's what Africa has to do as well. So you are a bit victim of your success. Mr. Zhang, please, to finish. Yes.
Okay, just to add two very short response. One is to the refers to the trilateral research cooperation. This one is not, my answer is not so directly with this question. That is about the role of the Chinese think tanks. The role in Chinese, the impact or influence of Chinese think tanks in general, I think, is limited. But there are some, they have much bigger influence than the others. For example, in the China Agricultural University, they have the development network, which has a lot of influence because they have good connections with some development partners. And also in Chinese system, under those ministries, for example, the Ministry of Commerce and Ministry of Foreign Affairs and even Ministry of Finance, they have some affiliated think tanks, which do a lot of projects on behalf of the government. So in this case, they play a lot of roles. And for example, and
We give you now 10 minutes. Hoping you come back, please be good to me today. Thank you very much, Secretary General. I mean, you're welcome to stay with us. I know that Bernard has to leave, but thank you very much for being with us as well. The coffee is just downstairs. You can eventually bring it with you if you haven't finished in the 10 minutes. Thank you. So please, if we can restart, could you sit please in the room? Excuse me, please. For the people who are watching us online, they are very undisciplined, you know. They don't come naturally to their seats after coffee. It takes me a long time to get them back. But it's part of the networking, but you will have more time at lunch as well. That we will have no restriction on time. So let me, while you all sit, and thank you very much again for joining us here, introduce the chair of the second panel, Professor Erich Tollens. He's he doesn't allow me to speak too much about him anyway. He's one of the top lead economists in the world. If you look at his publications, he's a chair of many of the boards. The recent one, I don't know, because if I miss you 1 week, you are chair of something else. So Africa Rice, I think, is the latest. And a lot of experience in Africa, not only Central Africa, but Africa as a whole. And he's also the chair of the executive board of CTA, of my organization. So I thank you very much, Professor Tollens, for chairing this session. The speakers will help you as well. We have 5 cases, all from highlighting, as I said this morning, experiences from the field. So you know that you have, 10, 12 minutes, and I'm sure that you will help our president. Professor Tollens, in English or French, as you want.
So thank you, Isolina. I think you forgot to tell everybody that I'm from Belgium. I'm in the Catholic University of Leuven, a professor emeritus in agriculture economics. I have been here before in the second session presiding. This always happens impromptu. And I'm saddled up with the fact that we are 30 minutes late in the program. Because we need to finish by 1 o'clock, otherwise, at 1 o'clock our very good interpreters have to leave us. We can go on beyond 1 o'clock, 1 p.m., but then we don't have any translation. So, we still have 5 speakers in this second session. We'll each give them 10 minutes to speak. I will not get into their CV. You all have their biodata in your folder here, so I will not present them with their full affiliation and CV because you have it already. So we have 5 speakers. The first one is Vincent Martin, who is the FAO rep in Senegal. And he will talk about the food purchase program in support of food and nutrition security. And hopefully after your presentation will become clear why this is very relevant to our South-South triangular cooperation. So, Vincent. You have the floor.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, je suis Vincent Martin.
Thank you very much. I'm Vincent Martin, representative of the FAO in Senegal. I wanted to talk to you about a field project that we put in place through triangular cooperation between the FAO and Brazil called the program for local purchase of food. And I'm really going to focus on Senegal. This started in 2009 when there was a meeting between FAO, Brazil, and Africa to take advantage of the experience of Brazil in the area of social policy and agricultural development and see how Brazil could support FAO's activities to combat food insecurity and to to improve the lives of vulnerable communities. And in 2010, we further reinforced this with partnerships that led to an agreement and programs in 5 African countries to put in place and adapt this local purchase program in Senegal, Malawi, Ethiopia, Niger, and Mozambique. The idea was to take full advantage of the expertise of Brazil, but also to take advantage of the FAO's expertise, its on-the-ground presence, to adapt the program to a specific local context. And I will present the case of Senegal. Why Senegal? It was one of the countries on the list, a country that does face food insecurity, nutritional insecurity. There is recurring drought, the impact of climate change that is being suffered for many years. In 2012, we had about 739,000 people suffering from severe food insecurity and acute malnutrition of about 10 and 15% at alarming rates in many parts of the country. Now, this local purchase program is based on a concept called Institutional Supply Program. This is a program that is used to promote inclusive economic development through better access for small producers to local markets, to connect these vulnerable, poor producers to markets in these vulnerable areas where they have food insecurity. Often there's no connection and production is not stimulated. Another objective was stimulate local production, guaranteeing a market even before production takes place. Furthermore, strengthening the viability of school canteens through local purchase. Before 2011, most of the rice in school canteens was imported, and yet there are huge local capacities within countries. So we're going to use these. The idea was to use these to boost local production and supply school canteens, and to boost food security and improve incomes of local producers and allow access to the right to food through this idea of agricultural development and social protection and production. And of course, because Brazil was able to establish this interconnection, they were able to take millions of people out of poverty. So this is the map of Senegal 2013, which shows food insecurity. The areas in red are the areas most seriously affected by food insecurity, which were most seriously affected. And the local purchase project was mainly in Kédougou. There's a circle there highlighting this area, which is very far from the capital, as you can well imagine. Very bad market access, very little infrastructure, and very relatively high levels of malnutrition and food insecurity. So between March 2012 and August 2013, we came up with a pilot phase to test the concept. FAO and the World Food Programme were the main programs, so from the UN system to support the government so that the connection would be made between increasing the production of smallholder farmers and favoring local production and using the purchase capacity of the local education system. It could also be hospitals, the army, and this is the beauty of the system, to provide institutional supply. So let me go to some of the results immediately. We had this pilot phase, and in the following years, it continued. 1,000 vulnerable households were supported. 40% of them were women. We focused on rice specifically, and this was done through unions and producer groups, 5 groups. And of course, we had to strengthen these. And then finally, the additional part, which was managed by the World Food Programme, 181 food canteens and 24,000 students were supported by stimulating local production. Through the technical support, we provided inputs, technical support, financial management. That's very important. We had producer organizations that were quite weak, with very weak development, if you like, in terms of association, very high levels of illiteracy, so very weak ability to connect to markets. This is why we help them in their financial management. one of the very good results we had in terms of production in this area of Senegal, which is quite distant but has very high agricultural potential. Between the launch phase and the N+1, we were able to reduce to go from 800 kilos per hectare to 2.5 tons, and then 3 tons. So we were able to, with the local organizations and smallholder farmers, were able to generate adequate production, which led to surpluses, which were bought up by the World Food Programme and then distributed to school canteens.
I want to tackle quite an important aspect. The processing aspect is quite important, and there's almost no such capacity at local level, so that the project has also worked on purchasing, processing devices, equipment to ensure that this could also take place and add to the value chain. As of 2013, 2014, we have certain institutions that are now self-sufficient in food capacity. I want to also underscore the synergy and cooperation at the intra-agency UN level. The FAO is working on joint efforts with other UN agencies and also in supporting governments. I also want to note the approach of the support to agriculture. We have increased yields threefold. There is the GEPD approach, the integrated management of predators. It works on the basis of a network of producers. People are taught or trained in their own fields in small groups of about 20 to 25, very concrete training, hands-on training, and we focus on improved ecological methods rather than use of pesticides and so on. And this is to ensure that farming is made safer for farmers and their children. In terms of the challenges we faced in this pilot phase, one major weakness noted, as I pointed out, and something that can be overcome, is the need for training and to ensure a capacity is built up to see to it that they can produce goods that can be sold on to others. Also, how do we reach the most vulnerable, excluded sectors? How do we not further promote exclusion, as we want to focus on those who are most vulnerable to food insecurity? This is being discussed in countries of the Sahel. Equipment purchased which is sometimes defective. We had to rely on service providers to help us with shelling equipment, for example, to husk the rice. There was a suggestion that purchase of the rice should be at levels or rates that are higher than market prices, which would then destabilize the market, involving small householders, the World Food Programme, and the school canteens. So those who came up with better prices had an effect on the market. It was limited. And indeed, this program requires a multi-sectoral coordination and approach. We talk of agriculture, trade, social protection, education. All of these challenges, all these present challenges, and we need to gather the right people around the table to work on them. Also, we worked on a very small scale. We do have a paper reflecting our experience, and we do hope that we can go further with the experience and sort out the problems that have arisen. What is the future for the program? We have seen that it is important to fight against food insecurity in the regions covered. this will now be extended to northern Senegal, the area of Casamance as well. I showed you on the map that these are areas where there is a relatively high level of food insecurity. We also want to go further than simply strengthening the rice sector. We've moved, or we would like to move from 1,000 small producers to about 6,000, working in under two main farmer organizations. They are focusing or targeting about 117,000 children to provide a meal per day or two snacks per day. That might not seem like much, but it is significant. What are the prospects? And here I want to share 2 or 3 points on prospects and innovation. Now, our efforts were partly supported, partly financed by Brazil and the FAO. As things stand, we would like that that program to become institutionalized, to be taken up by the government of Senegal, which has fully grasped its importance, and they are looking at it as a priority area for investment for 2015-2016. Currently, there may not be enough resources in the budget, but it is incorporated in the triennial program. And it is important that the program become a Senegalese government program. That is very important. Coordination for the project, which was initially strongly supported by UN agencies, now has been taken up by the National Food Security Commission. And so you have a great take-up of the project by national institutions, playing a coordinating role, a cross-cutting at various sectors. And one other thing we would like to strengthen is the income. We would like to see household incomes go up through income generation activities, and to do more than simply monitor the project in the conventional sense. What we want to see is actual targeting or focusing on the areas that can be improved in terms of nutrition in those areas. I also wanted to share with you, we think it is important. We are talking of a project, a similar project in Brazil that served as inspiration. And there is a need ultimately to secure ownership, local ownership of the project at the local level. We are talking of the national institutions and NGOs, Senegalese partners who are implementing the project now with our technical support, but suddenly it has now a local context. Another Brazilian inspired project that has been put in place is the family bursary, which makes it possible for the most disadvantaged to be assisted. It is possible to focus on a structured approach that is accepted universally. We would like to see a link between the national policy on feeding in schools, where we see efforts to improve coverage in Senegal, to now also be extended to the family bursary, because here we would be having a unified method of countering exclusion and targeting vulnerable members of society. There'd be a very clear link and discussions with the delegation on social issues. we have a project in Senegal that does indeed integrate the notion of food security, but is trying to grow fast and therefore is seeking investors, whereas a suggestion has been made that agriculture should also be fostered by family agriculture. In Brazil, you have almost two ministries, two structures, one for major agribusiness and one for smallholders, so that smallholders are actually fully encouraged to participate in national development. And efforts are being made to secure sustainable agricultural development. On that note, let me thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. We will have the opportunity to have questions later on at the end of this session. But it's a good example of South-South collaboration and how a Brazilian model of social protection. And I just recall here that at present the Director General of FAO was the Minister of State in Brazil that initiated that program, that led the program of social protection and family feeding and school feeding in Brazil. And he is known to have been very successful in that. It's one of the reasons why he became Director General of FAO. So Brazilian collaboration, the Brazilian model being implanted in Senegal, Brazil financing the startup of the program, and Senegal then taking it over. You know, local purchases of food, school feeding. I think a good example of South-South collaboration. Thank you. We move on to a completely different subject with an expert from Mexico who will talk to us about best practices in South-South and triangular cooperation with Mexico. So, Carlos Cortez Zea.
So good afternoon to everyone. I'm honored to be here discussing such a passionate subject. I also wanted to thank Isolina, Boto, and Professor Gabas for the invitation. Thank you very much. My presentation will initially deal with the South-South cooperation in renewed Mexico. Secondly, I will also discuss the Meso-American approach, or Central American approach, especially in the Dominican Republic, which is an ACP state. Rather than simply noting a trend, we see that we are now working on analyzing the involvement in agriculture over the last 10 years. A number of countries, including China and Mexico, China and India rather, have been strengthening their cooperation. Mexico has also launched its own program. We have a law now which has created a program. We also have an agency, of course, and statistics in place. Although Mexicans have been in the region since the 30s at least. Within the Mexico International Development Program 2014 to 2018, we have four main objectives: strengthen tools at national level as well as capacity to further administer, extend and strengthen cooperation with countries in strategic regions in terms of South-South and triangular cooperation, maintain strategic relations with traditional donors so as to align with national priorities, as well as to document Mexico's presence abroad. The various challenges, lack of specialization in terms of the expertise. We have to improve the impact or increase the impact on the ground and see if we can use that to lead to more financing, more investment. using the triangular channels. Mexico is also a recipient as well as a provider of cooperation. Mexico receives about 477 million euros, and we have also allotted funds to cooperation. Therefore, there is an element of implementation that we do identify with. And in fact, this does mark us out as Mexico. Looking at the graph, you cannot compare Mexico's efforts to those of China and others, but it has now become comparable to amounts allotted by or allocated by Brazil, for example. And looking at the new configuration for international development, this is not necessarily proportional to resources allocated. When we look at the quantities, it is of note when you look at the emerging countries and the way they capitalize resources that are invested in their own cooperation. In terms of national development or evolution, we can see that between 2012 and 2013, Mexican cooperation figures doubled. And if you look more closely, it can be concluded that the 2011 Act or law has led to greater enthusiasm, so that by 2018 we can expect, as announced in the program just approved, that these amounts will actually be tripled. Now, Mexico, as a cooperating partner from the South, and its cooperation system involves, on the one hand, cooperation at the technical and scientific level, humanitarian efforts in the Meso-American and Caribbean region. Also, we work on projects related to cultural and tourism promotion, and these are now establishing a link between the country's international strategy and development policies at national level. You see the guidelines presented here are the result of negotiations at multilateral level, where, as Mexico, we do participate, but also within the International Development Cooperation Forum and other bodies. In terms of capitalizing on the practices once rolled out in the field. Now, I want to focus mainly on Central America and the Caribbean, which are the priority for Mexican cooperation. And also, we expect to roll these out to other regions to a modest extent. I can give you, by way of example, some information. Mexico is working on building capacity in South Africa with respect to methods utilized to measure multidimensional poverty, or even the Middle East, where we are working on strengthening mechanisms in electoral processes. Those are just two examples. Now, here I want to discuss specifically the Meso-America project, which is most likely the most important. It has 5 components. The first relates to transport, the need to improve logistics and mobility in the region, simplification to come up with a common agenda. Thirdly, on trade. Thirdly, telecommunications. Fourthly, energy. And here the idea is to consolidate the international system of flows in energy. And fifthly, we are interested in the project termed Meso-America No Hunger. and I will be focusing on the activities in Dominican Republic, which, as I said, is a long-standing recipient of Mexican aid, as well as an ACP member. Meso-America Without Hunger is a project which only kicked off in 2014, and the idea is to strengthen institutional frameworks to improve smallholder agriculture and food and nutritional security. I thought it would be interesting to point out that Meso-America Without Hunger is broadening of a program. It started in 2012 that was termed the Crusade Against Hunger, and its objectives were now transferred to the area of South-South cooperation in the region. It was a national program initially. The Meso-America Without Hunger project was the fruit of an agreement between Mexico and FAO, arrived at in 2014. It is funded by the Mexican Cooperation Agency and has support from the FAO to put in place a number of components of the project. It has 4 main areas: political commitment and building governance for food security and nutritional security, strengthening of smallholder agriculture efforts, and working on minimizing vulnerability. We face the following challenges. There's a need to strengthen capacity, to foster cross-cutting adoption of all aspects of the project by all of the political class. There's very little follow-up as well in terms of the agricultural policies in the region, within the region. Now, the project in Dominican Republic, here we have a specific focus or support in parliamentary support on hunger to promote a friendlier approach in preparing budgets. Also, there is a provision to create a planning system and to improve on management of natural resources in a number of areas, as well as Monte Cristi. We also have a provision for technical assistance to small farmers and to, in fact, supply small establishments. I also wanted to share a number of questions that come out of the work I am currently carrying out. Are South-South or triangular cooperation efforts more efficient? What is the role of traditional national players or actors in these efforts? Would such triangular efforts or frameworks be ideal to scale up, and would we be able to eradicate hunger under the MDGs?
Thank you very much, Carlos. A good example of how a middle-income country, Mexico, started its cooperation and basically used its own model of fighting against food insecurity. I think was the zero hunger campaign in Mexico, and how they applied in Dominican Republic and other countries, how they, based on their own experience with fighting hunger and malnutrition, and how this program is now being developed, and how this program is now being upscaled to all of Meso-America, Meso-Amérique sans fin, he called it, the program, but based on Mexican experience in fighting food insecurity at home. to begin with small budgets, but then the budgets will increase, and they're looking for co-financing, and then, it will take off. I think it's a good example. Thank you, Carlos. Yeah. We now have Saidi Mkomwa from Kenya. He is the executive secretary of the African Conservation Tillage Network, which is basically an agricultural technology which is part of agroecology, as they call it. And he will talk about triangular cooperation in support of conservation agriculture. He will first of all explain what he means by conservation agriculture, because conservation agriculture covers a lot of different practices. So, Saidi, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, the Chair, the President. So I'll share experiences on conservation agriculture from the African Conservation Tillage Network perspective. The problems why we need to change farming in Africa are many, but for Africa particularly is we have unique problems that the population will double by 2050. So that's a unique challenge that instead of 60% more food for the world, it has to be 100% for Africa. But we also have the issues of hunger, in addition to the climate change challenges. So while that emphasizes the need to transform farming, there are also some very good news that it is easy to double yields in Africa, because the current yields are very low, are 1.2 to easily to 2.4. And if that happens, we are told a 1% increase in cereal yield can lift up to 2 million people out of poverty. So that's a huge opportunity. But we're also informed that Africa is 60% of the global total uncultivated cropland. So the big question is, how do we transform the farming? And some of the preconditions is that it must be sustainable for the adaptation and mitigation to climate change. So it has to be farming not based on tillage, given the devastating experiences of the USA dust storms of the 1930s. But you also need to convert farming into part of the solution rather than part of the problem by reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. We need to address the water towers, because a lot of siltation of huge investments in hydropower is from misuse of watersheds and water towers, and to incorporate intensification of both crop, livestock, and tree-based systems. So the future is bright, but the transformation needs to be guided by soil health. And this calls for a different revolution, because the Green Revolution did not assist Africa. We need to increase the cost of production. We need to focus on smallholder farmers, particularly those in semi-arid lands, because that's where the poor live. And farmers need to produce closer to where they live. And also need to be innovative, to develop poor-based business models which can bring affordable services closer to the farmer's doorstep. So conservation agriculture, which is basically zero tillage or no tillage, complemented, of course, by permanent soil cover, crop rotations, and crop associations. So those three principles are the foundation for conservation agriculture, but they need to be complemented by the good agronomic practices, the judicious use of inputs, improved seeds, fertilizers, pesticides. We're saying judicious, which gradually decrease with the time. And one would ask, how does this no-till or conservation agriculture work? So there is a lot of techniques, but the main ones is to reduce erosion by covering the soil permanently, increase infiltration, thus for marginal lands that soil moisture will be held and be available for plant production when there are dry spells. But the use of legumes also assists in fertilizing the soil by fixing nitrogen. We can also break pest cycles by using cover crops or crop rotations that are. Another question which is important is, does conservation agriculture work? And we are informed that globally there are about 150 million hectares, expanding at the rate of 10 million hectares per year. And this technology increases productivity through a number of cases. It saves a lot of labor, and it assists to fight climate change. It is, in fact, the entry point for smallholder farmers to start commercializing, since they can now produce a surplus that they can use to sell and penetrate markets. But it's also an entry point to improving landscapes, because we have examples where degraded lands have been restored by using conservation agriculture. I don't have the time to play the video clip that is there. We have a lot of scientific evidence from FAO, from CIMIT, and also ACT, supported by the European Union, have just concluded a project on conservation agriculture in 6 African countries, which has proved that still evidence. So the map shows where the technology is being implemented in the world. Unfortunately, out of the 155 million, only 1.2 million hectares in Africa. And you can see 65% of those doing conservation agriculture are smallholders. And 19,000 farmers in the South-South Cooperation are beneficiaries of this South-South partnership that I'm presenting here. So the growth has been quite slow in the initial years, but quite exponential currently. What we are cooperating with EMBRAPA is basically what was an initial African debo stick technology, which was perfected by the Brazilians, the EMBRAPA and IAPA. And now we are trying to access that technology back into Africa. And what you see on the right-hand side is the matraca, the debo stick, perfected for doing 3 operations in one go, that is making the planting hole, placement of seeds and fertilizer in unplowed fields, drastically reducing the time requirements, but also the efficiency of the fields. The same is true for the Zai, traditionally African systems in West Africa, but now improved to motorized systems that can assist farmers to plant in trash. We also have the cerrados, the degraded savannas in Brazil, which have been converted into very productive lands through EMBRAPA's cutting-edge research. That is a concept which we need to learn from and borrow. So the 3 of the initiatives that have been ongoing, one is the current support with the Norwegian Development Agency in 3 African countries. But previous to that, as I've just mentioned, we had the support of the European Union in the ABACO, agroecology-based aggregation conservation agriculture. And prior to that, ACT was working with the FAO in a similar project to introduce conservation agriculture to Eastern Africa. Some of the successes, through this collaboration, we managed to generate enough interest and enough experiences that we convened the first Africa Congress on Conservation Agriculture last year. This led to the AU Declaration 25 by 25, whereby the AU heads of state agreed to promote conservation agriculture to reach 25 million smallholders in Africa by 2025. And the ACT is particularly asked to establish the quality assurance systems, but also the support, the knowledge management by stakeholders, which was seen to be quite a big gap. We have also managed to link with the private sector manufacturers in Brazil. The East African manufacturers who were exposed to the Brazilian manufacturers have now managed to set up shop in East Africa, and they're producing enough of these tools to supply the local market. Not all types of tools, but some of the hand tools. But we also have, we participated in the 2013 Global South-South Cooperation. We have a book which is being published to present the findings and success stories of conservation agriculture in Africa. Of course, there are a number of challenges also, and primarily the challenges are technological, but what is more important is the strategic paradigm shift which is required, that we need to approach the technology from a systemic point of view, not from only a project-driven point of view, so that the results, the proof of concept from projects is carried out, is scaled up by national governments and partners and the private sector. We have also a number of opportunities. Greatly is the support of willing partners, the research institutions. We have also a 20 expert-strong CA think tank, the International Conservation Agriculture Advisory Panel. And we have private sector partners who are willing to support the scaling up of conservation agriculture through business principles. So let me end by saying again, I thank you, CTA, very much for the invitation. And also thanks to the partners we work with in national governments, FAO, BMZ, the European Union through the ABACO project, and the NORAD through the Conservation Agriculture Project for Food Security.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Saidi. A good example of a technology developed originally in the 1930s as a result of the Dust Bowl in the Midwest and the plains in the United States. Zero tillage originally, and then the concept was further developed by several organizations, including CIMID in Mexico, brought to Africa, using local traditional knowledge to improve the technology of zero tillage, cover crops, no mulching, using legumes, the whole works, you know. And how the technology spreads now from country to country. And I think a good example also of Brazilian involvement, South-South collaboration, because in the Cerrados in Brazil, there's a lot of conservation agriculture. Conservation agriculture is the main technology used. So Brazilian, African collaboration and the successes they have had in increasing yields and conserving the soil, mitigating greenhouse gas emissions, etc. So thank you, Saidi, for that story. We now move on to the East African Farmers Organization, one of the preferential partners of CTA in terms of working with farm organizations. And we have Paul Tangata from the East African Farmers Federation, who will speak about East Africa-India collaboration and notably new opportunities for farmers in ICTs, focusing on ICTs. So, Paul.
Thank you. I would like to start by thanking CTA for actually organizing two important meetings that EF participated in. It was these two important meetings that actually have given birth, if I may use that word, to the East Africa-India Partnership Cooperation. So the first one was in Kigali, that was in 2013, and the second one was in Netherlands. At the Kigali meeting, something interesting happened. EF was invited, and IFCO, the Indian Fertilizer Farmers Corporation, was invited. Now, before the meeting, EF has sort of changed gears. It has gone into what they want to call commercialization. They've got a new strategic plan that focuses on farmer commercialization. But they had a problem. They were trying to look at aggregation. This issue was to do with post-harvest losses, because most of the farmers, after harvesting, it was not very easy to know where to sell their produce, especially maize and rice. As I'm speaking now, farmers in Tanzania have plenty of rice. They don't know where to sell. So EF has been thinking, what should we do? And they've been trying to say, how do we come up with a system that can aggregate this produce and reduce post-harvest losses? So at this Kigali meeting, IFCO presented something that was of interest, that basically was answering the question for EF. They looked at a web-based system. And by then, EF was also thinking in the similar way. So EF came up with this innovative system they are now calling e-granary. But before that, they needed to learn more from how the Indians have done it. So from the CTA meeting, EF continued discussing with IFCO. So in June 2015, EF got support from FAO, the Sub-Regional Office for East Africa in Ethiopia, another partner. So FAO was able to fund the CEO of EF and some members to go to India, following up from the CTA meeting. While in India, it was just an issue to look at how do we improve post-harvest losses using web-based technologies. EF was impressed how simple technology can be useful, how simple you can improve farmers' knowledge using simple technology. So they visited Uttar Pradesh. Basically, after discussions with the CEO of IFCO, we went to the field to see exactly how it's done. Simple mobile phone. Everything is done on a simple mobile phone like that. But what they have done is they are linked to Airtel, one of the biggest mobile companies. You have a laptop and a mobile phone like this one. And everything the farmer phones in gets to IFCO for advice. And everything is done there. Not only that, EF wanted to understand the problems of the farmers in India. So they met farmers in India and basically found that the problems the farmers in India are facing are similar to those East African farmers are facing. And then the CEO of EF started thinking, okay, this is where we need to go. This is what we need to go if we have to learn. Because something interesting was that at every point, the Indian farmers have the mentality of value addition. So the message is about value addition. If we can talk of value addition, farming will never be a business in Africa. After the CEO of EF came back from India, from what he saw, he realized that it's not easy to just explain to his apex organizations or the Eastern Africa countries he is representing. He felt that it's important that they also go to India and see for themselves, because that way the knowledge is transferred faster, quicker, and cheaply. Knowledge is not cheap. It's expensive. You have to sit in class to learn some things, but when you see it, you gain advantage. So in September, FAO funded another 15 leaders of farm organizations to India again, expanding the horizon of what they can learn. So a group went to India and visited almost 3-4 regions of India, provinces. First of all, in Punjab, they had lessons, but one important aspect was to see how farmers, researchers, policymakers come together. I go quickly to lessons. From Kigali, EF went to India. But in so doing, they had already started a process of having the e-granary. This is basically a system, web-based system, where farmers can aggregate their produce. So with mobile phone, a farmer will be able to phone that number, dial *492#, and then be able to register their name, amount of produce they planted first, how much fertilizer, how much seed, then at harvest, how much grade 1 of maize, grade 2, grade 1 of rice, grade 2, and this information is sent automatically to a database at EF. So when they went to India, they also found that the India system is a bit higher level because they've got a proper management information system. They can easily know how many farmers tried to call, they didn't get through, how many farmers managed to get through. If he wants to phone back the farmers, how many farmers managed to pick the phone. So it was interesting. So EF is trying to move to that by learning from India. So as you saw in the picture, the e-granary is now a partnership of several organizations. But the most important thing is, where is it coming from? Who triggered that? So the catalytic catalytic role of CTA, very important to EF. I'm emphasizing this because when something has started, don't just throw us away. Yeah? So I'm begging, basically. If CTA started this, don't leave us alone. Come on, we need you. Lesson number 2 from India. Deliberate agriculture policies that support smallholder farmers. We can talk of Africa, why things are not working. But as long as we are not going to tackle problems of policy, African governments, nothing will work. We'll come again and talk of the same things. Policy is very important. What EF saw in India, the government of India has put deliberate policies. If farmers are moving towards horticulture, there's a lot of funding. I know subsidies are not good, but there are some subsidies that can be targeted, that can get people out of the loop for a certain period of time. And that's what India government is doing. Deliberate policies to help people, to help farmers. You'll see some countries in Africa that have subsidies that are costly. But what I've seen in India, the government, it links with private sector. Banks, there are specific banks that give loans to farmers without collateral. We are looking at those things because it helps farmers. Lesson 3, value addition is a culture in India. Every farmer, when they are doing any of their farming activities, they are looking at how to add value. Packaging, just simple packaging, very important. And you go down to the village, the lowest level at the grassroots, you can't believe what they're doing. Value addition. In Africa, we talk of value addition. I don't think I've seen it anywhere happening. India value addition is a mindset. Transparency, very important with farmers. In India, we visited some dairy cooperatives. A farmer brings milk, it's weighed, tested, receipt printed with every variable there, straight away. So the farmer knows exactly the weight of the milk, the fat content, and other problems. And they know how much money they will get. There, straight away. What I have seen in African countries that the farm brings the milk, they're told, okay, we'll wait for you, come tomorrow. It doesn't work like that. Farmers are clever. They are not going to believe you. They are not going to trust you. And in India, simple technology just measures that, prints straight away. Why can't Africa do the same? We can't do it. But we are not going to do it alone. Collective mechanization and precision agriculture. It's very interesting that I've seen research talking of how African smallholders we cannot use mechanization. I don't believe that because I've seen it in Rwanda. Rwanda is a country with hills everywhere, but farmers have taken up mechanization. In India, we've seen the same. One of the areas that was visited, farmers have about 2 hectares, similar to Africa, similar to East Africa. But they were able to use precision agriculture basically for leveling so that they don't lose water, irrigation. Precision agriculture, then the most important aspect is the collective mechanization. One farmer cannot buy a tractor. What for? If you have 2 hectares, you don't need a tractor. But as a group, 25 farmers, you have a tractor, it will be useful. And that's what is happening in India. Adding to that, within that, they also have a cooperative that is responsible for fixing the machinery when there is a problem. So don't just have the machinery, but also have the skills to fix it when you have a problem. Research and development. In India, we saw demand-driven research at the grassroots, at the farmers' level. Here, I'm not trying to blame anybody, but what I've seen in Africa, our researchers are always in the offices. We need to change that model. Research should be demanded at the farmers. I saw in India, researchers going to the field, and you really see that these people know what they're talking about. They're in the farmer's field, they know the name of the farmer, they know the land size, they know everything. They tell you exactly what the farmer is growing because they've been there. But if we continue this research, where we sit in offices, write papers, publish them, I don't think we'll move. We can change. So, e-granary under piloting in Kenya now. This is a big thing, market-driven. It's a business plan. No more business as usual. This is business as unusual. East Africa is moving. We are piloting in one country, Kenya. We need more piloting in other East African countries. We need support. We can't do it alone. FAO has helped us. CTA has helped us. We need more of you. These other examples, you read about them. I think my time is gone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think indeed, Paul, your time is gone, but the message is very clear. He is based in Kenya, in East African Farmers Federation, but he is a national from Malawi, right? Okay. It's a good example of CTA's convening power during a conference in Kigali, a very, very well-supported, well-attended conference in Kigali on ICTs, bringing African partners together with Indian partners, and it clicked and they learned about ICT. Then the African partners went to India, back and forth, and basically what they saw, they learned lessons from India and implement them in Africa. There's a good example of triangular collaboration because you have East Africa, you have India, and you have ICT, which is Europe and ACP together, but in a partnership role and mutually reinforcing each other. So a good example of South-South and triangular cooperation. Our last speaker is Mary Arzanio. She's Director of Private Sector Development at GIZ. GIZ is a German development corporation, but she's going to talk about Burkina Faso, based in Burkina Faso, South-South cooperation in the cashew industry in Africa. And I just recall you that since a few years ago, Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, has become the largest exporter of cashew in the world. So another African success. I mean, Côte d'Ivoire is not only the largest exporter of cocoa beans in the world, but now also of cashew. Cashew, especially in the north of the country, cashew is. I'm just back from Côte d'Ivoire a couple of weeks ago, and they tell me that in the north of Côte d'Ivoire, cashew is the cocoa of the south. It's like cacao. Okay, so Mary, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to present the sub-sub cooperation and triangular cooperation within the cashew value chain. I'll look globally because cashew is a global value chain. So I'll look at what we do in Africa as well as how that is linked with other countries. And I'm going to talk about why sub-sub cooperation and triangular cooperation is so important to the cashew sector. I'll talk briefly about the African Cashew Initiative, which is the project in which I work in a nutshell. And then I'll talk briefly about the sub-sub cooperation. I'll provide examples because there are many, many examples in the cashew value chain. So basically, sub-sub cooperation, as I started by saying, is very, very essential in the cashew value chain. Africa today produces close to 50% of the world's cashew nut. However, less than 10% is processed in Africa. So that makes Africa a very, very important player in the cashew value chain. And it has growing tendencies, both in production, processing, and other areas that I will highlight briefly. The consumption is mainly in the number one consumer of cashews today is India. Number two is America. Number three is Europe. And we have many other countries. The market continues to be diversified now, but I will not go into all the details. Okay, so I'll continue to talk about the African Cashew Initiative. Who are we? The African Cashew Initiative is a project in Benin, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, and Mozambique. We work along the whole value chain for specific purpose to provide a win-win situation for everybody in the chain. And from the very beginning, in the conception stage of our project, we already thought about sub-sub cooperation and how we can link up with the rest of the cashew producing, processing, and consumption countries. And I'll explain briefly very soon why. In our project, which started in 2009, we have a global view that by 2016, April, we should have trained at least 430,000 farmers with a total family income of $600 per year and net income of $110 to $120 annually. Total income targeted is 250 million cumulative income. And if you look at the net income, we're looking at $100 to $120 million by April 2016. Our objectives are in 4 areas: to increase production, the quality as well as the quantity of cashews in Africa, in the countries where we work, to increase processing, local value addition within the countries, to also not only work in these areas, but link up each member of the chain to the next level. Policy issues, I think that some of the presenters have mentioned this already. Policy is a major issue in Africa. Therefore, we look at advocating for policies that favor local production and local processing so that the chain can better work. The African Cashew Initiative is a strategic alliance. It's a project that links up all people in the chain, and we want to work in a market-driven, we work towards market-driven activities. We have partners along the whole chain. Funding, for example, is done through public partners, private partners, and also the implementation is done not only by the GIZ, but also by Fairmatch Support, which is a Netherlands-based organization, and TechnoServe. And we have buyers such as Kraft Food, which changed the name recently to Kraft Heinz, Intersnack, the biggest European nut buyer, and some other supermarket chains in the project. The reason is that we want to have a lot of exchange, knowledge exchange, to understand how does the market need and what does the farmers need. How can we link the two together to ensure that what we're doing is actually promoting the whole value chain and everybody in the chain is gaining out of what we do. We also have, beyond the big people I also mentioned, we also have several research institutions. The reason is that yields in the cashew sector are very low. So we work with several research institutions, being national research institutions in each country, and also international research institutions. We work with several buyers, processors, farmers, NGOs, with the goal of harmonizing what we are doing and understanding each other's needs and interests. A brief result on how we have done to date. To date, there is over 100,000 jobs, direct jobs created in production and processing. Over 380,000 farmers have been trained in different subjects, different models, which I won't be able to share now. Out of this, 22% of them are women. And the total accumulative income to date is $120 million, with each farmer average income of $120 dollars net income to date. We work with 20 medium-scale processors in Benin, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, and Ghana. We don't train directly processors in Mozambique, but they are part of the rest of the chain. The reason is that Mozambique has had a lot of experience in processing. Therefore, the lessons from Mozambique is used in West Africa. To date, there is accumulated income of over $6 million for the workers at the, let me say, the factory level, not the top management. We look at this, and the average income of $620 annually. It could be more. However, the cashew processing people, the workers, are not always working 100% from the beginning of the year to the end. Therefore, this is the average income for working in this area. The total processing in Africa from 15 years ago has increased from about 5% to currently 10% in 2014. We encourage a lot of private-public dialogue, and we advocate a lot for sector-specific, cashew-specific policies in the countries where we work. This we do in several ways. There are several stakeholder meetings. We have what we call the core partner meeting, where we have buyers meeting to discuss what's the market trend, for example. We have our master training program, which trains people across the various sections of the chain. And currently we have a program going on, which we have the last session in 2 weeks' time in Benin, training people along the whole value chain on several topics. And this is a 9-month training where 9 countries all over Africa are brought together to understand what is happening in each country and how can the various countries learn from each other. We also work directly with farmer associations, processors associations, supranational associations such as the African Cashew Alliance, and we have sub-sub cooperation and exchange with EMBRAPA, for example, with India, with Vietnam, where they have technology which they exchange with us. They have more knowledge in research. They have extension approaches which we also learn from them. Now, looking a bit, giving examples at the sub-sub cooperation within the cashew value chain, I would say that the African cashew sector has knowledge gap, especially in research, in extension, and processing. This is where the sub-sub cooperation becomes very important, and we have incorporated this in our project because then it helps us to exchange knowledge on what is happening in the other areas. I provide some examples such as Africa, India, Brazil, through EMBRAPA, exchange on agricultural research on how to develop improved planting material. We did a global study on type of technologies that exist in the cashew value chain, and this was done in Brazil, Vietnam, India, and also across Africa to understand the technologies that exist, what can really be used in Africa, and how can we manage the equipment that we import into Africa. So there is also technology transfer, and Within Africa itself, there's also South-South cooperation. Tanzania, for example, is 2 decades ahead of West Africa in terms of research. So in terms of developing planting material, we learn from Tanzania. There is exchange, either sending people to Brazil, to Tanzania, and also we invite the Tanzanian research to West Africa to learn and also to train the West African researchers on best practices. In regards to processing, also I mentioned already that Mozambique is part of our project because we can also learn from Mozambique and also have knowledge exchange. And also within West Africa, we have several learning networks among processors, among farmers. We recently, in 2020, we started also research exchange, where we bring several researchers from across West Africa to one particular research station so that they can learn and exchange knowledge on the various levels of research in the countries. The last research was in January. The last exchange was in January, where we invited all researchers from Senegal, Burkina Faso, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, other countries to Ghana, Cocoa Research Institution to exchange knowledge and also practically see what is happening on the ground in Ghana. Again, because within West Africa, Ghana is leading in research of cashew planting material. In Cote d'Ivoire recently signed an agreement with the Ho Chi Minh City University on technology transfer with intention of putting in place a cashew processing school. And this is something ACI support. We provide technical assistance to this collaboration and this cooperation for knowledge transfer to West Africa. We also have in the area of capacity building, I mentioned several examples already, and also a lot of knowledge exchange. One example again is we have India, Brazil, Africa, represented by the African Cashew Alliance, Australia, several countries that come together in the Global Cashew Council, where specific questions regarding cashew are discussed annually. And within the African Cashew Alliance Conference, participants from India, Vietnam, Brazil, the major producing countries and processing countries are invited to these workshops to exchange knowledge on trends in the sector, and also vice versa. African participants are also going to these workshops and these conferences and these platforms of learning in the other countries. We have, for example, the Brazilian big processor of cashew, Iracema, which was until recently a member of the African Cashew Alliance Advisory Board, so that there is always enough exchange for learning, and as well as for trade, as well as for market access. So these are some examples. I can go into details in the coffee break. Thank you very much. We can be found on the ACI website, where we have a lot of information, and also on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, Mary. Again, a good example of basically South-South collaboration and collaboration between Latin America, Africa, India, Asia, where the largest consumer of cashews is India. Is basically a country in Asia. And now our time is up for the interpreters. If they want to stay with us, of course, we would welcome that very much. But we know your time is up. And so we have to thank you in any case already for all the service you provided to us. But if you could stay with us 10, 15 more minutes, depending on how many questions we have, of course, we would appreciate it. We invite you to stay with us, of course, if you have the time. It's now time for questions. Any questions? Yes? Thank you.
My name is Joris van der Put. I'm here on behalf of the World Organization for Animal Health, OAI. And I have a question to Mr. Saidi Mkomwa concerning the conservation agriculture. Very interesting, of course, and very important principle. What is the role of livestock you would see in conservation agriculture?
Take a couple more questions and then we turn around to the speakers. More questions? Not for the moment, so Saidi, you can respond.
Thank you very much for the question. As Erich Schaitza had just explained, livestock are actually complementing conservation agriculture because by integrating crops with livestock, the surplus produce is livestock feed, but also you can use conservation agriculture with more moisture conservation in the soil to produce a second or a third crop instead of one crop, and that second or third crop could be a livestock fodder that boosts or supports livestock. So unfortunately, the way we have promoted, in the initial years, conservation agriculture was promoted like livestock was seen like an enemy or a problem, but they need to be promoted together as a package.
We know that for maintaining soil fertility, crop-livestock integration is very, very important, especially in savanna areas. So, more questions? I'm looking at the floor. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, but if you have questions, you can ask questions. Yes? There is one. There, yeah, okay. Yes?
Voilà. Mon nom c'est Floribert Beloco de l'association.
My name is Floribert Beloco from AFODEV, and I'd just like to thank those who took the floor. My question is for the representative from FAO in Senegal. I was riveted by your presentation, and I wanted to focus on the ownership aspect of your project. It would be useful to have the population. It was interesting to see that the population not just take up the project, but also take up the techniques, and they were afforded that opportunity. Could that example be replicated in other countries, or is it only to be limited to Senegal? Could we use that as inspiration? I did not see your presentation in the set of documents. Please respond.
Merci beaucoup. Donc.
Thank you. Indeed, the project led to ownership as far as the population was concerned, but there's one aspect I didn't mention in terms of the strategy regarding smallholders and feeding in schools. But to answer your question, there are 5 African countries already working on the project, as I mentioned, Malawi, Niger, Mozambique, and Ethiopia. So 5 African countries working on the project, and what we're trying to do is to collect all of the scientific data on this. Senegal was a very good example, and that's why I was asked to concentrate for my presentation on Senegal. But in terms of long-term prospects, we do need additional funding. We need leverage finance to help us to now reproduce this in the 5 African countries. So we will need to attract more donors and to ensure we go even further in terms of the ownership and political strategies. Thank you.
Yes?
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Buitsokon Tsabele. I am from the South African Embassy in Brussels. And my question, unfortunately, is also directed to the first presenter, Vincent Martin. And it's almost a follow-up to the question that he's just responded to. It's a concern largely with regards to the sustainability of the social protection programs and agriculture itself. And one of the issues is that the model assumes infinite source of resources to keep these projects going, whereas in reality, farming is a business, it's an enterprise, and therefore, how do you foresee the graduation of these smallholder farmers to an enterprise in the agriculture sector where they now produce for a market? And my question is also, how do you contrast this project or this program in Senegal and the countries you've mentioned extended to assisting the same farmers to achieve local market or regional market or even international market access for their produce? Perhaps the answer lies in if you can comment on what are the outcomes, the agricultural outcomes that are achieved by this project as it is, in that perhaps some of them end up reaching a point where, because of the local economic activity that is generating, becoming business people themselves. The other question related to my comment on the nature of resourcing and the assumption that they are infinite is, if you agree that they are finite, does this not create a long-term problem of policy disjuncture in the future, in that you then have to prioritize either social protection, which is a social security imperative, vis-a-vis your development of agriculture for the same thing, food security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is also a question from somebody from the Uganda embassy, maybe on the same subject.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Katungwe Franklin. I'm the Minister Plenipotentiary, Uganda Embassy in Brussels. I want to thank you so much for this meeting. And the presenters are really very adequate. They know what they are talking about. But for me, I'm of the opinion that if such a meetings could take place back home in the region, for instance in East Africa, and educate our ministers for agriculture and other stakeholders in that field, maybe it could be more beneficial other than bringing it to Brussels, to the embassies. Yeah, yes, we are going to write reports and send them to Uganda, but they may not, and send them to our countries of representation. But they may not be effective if this meeting had taken place in Uganda. And this one is directed to the chairman himself, maybe to respond to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. As chairman of the executive board, I can answer your question. Because the board has discussed this many times, that the Brussels briefing should be held in the south, in the regions, in the countries. It's a matter of resources. We have a Brussels office managed by Isolina, and so it's fairly easy for us to organize it here in Brussels. To organize it in countries like Uganda or other countries in Africa or the Pacific, the Caribbean, needs more resources, and we have asked for more resources, and we are confident that under the 11th EDF we will have more resources next year. So then we would have a regional program of basically what we could call Brussels briefing in the regions. And for CTA we have 6 regions. We have West Africa, Central Africa, East Africa, Southern Africa, Caribbean, Pacific. So we must do it in every region, so you understand that this costs money. But you are quite right, and we fully agree with you, but it's a matter of resources. Maybe if we could mobilize more resources from the south, not just from the EDF, then that would facilitate it. Okay, but your point is well taken on board. I will allow one last question from the lady there, and then I go back to... Microphone.
Je suis étonnée que Madame...
I'm surprised to hear the lady speak of cashew nuts in Senegal, yet I'm aware of Senegalese coming to purchase it in Guinea-Bissau. They process it, perhaps. Guinea-Bissau is one of the most qualified or best producers of 22 varieties. That was purchased by the lamb, known as anacarde in French, which is selling it in the European market because they have the processing capacity. Mozambique, which is in the Portuguese language Commonwealth, have been working on a project with us, but I'm surprised you mentioned Senegal, yet you do not include Guinea-Bissau, which does have needs in terms of processing its cashew nuts for export.
To translate, or we have? Okay.
Well, first Mary, and then of course Mr. Martin for the other question. So Mary.
Yeah, I mean, now we work in 5 countries and Senegal is not directly targeted, even though in our training, some training programs, they are part of it. And Guinea-Bissau is also part of the master training program, which I explained just very briefly for the moment. We're looking at the next phase going into more countries within Africa and possibly in the Caribbean. So in future, it's a question we're already looking at how to extend to other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin, on the questions that was asked there from the person, the Excellency from the South African Embassy.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very relevant question. And but first of all, I would say I wouldn't exclude this. You were mentioning the social protection aspect of it and the fact that we need resources to sustain such a program. And on the other side, you've got the business, and you want to transform these farmers into businessmen, basically. And what we are trying to do, and that was the first part of my presentation, is to strengthen this farmer association so that in the end they can enter the market. There is a disconnect between the marketplaces and the production places. So we are trying to reinforce them, to give them the capacity so that in the end they can produce for sure, but then they can also find the market. So be included into a more global network of markets locally, nationally, and potentially in the future regionally. The idea is to say also, and that was the objective of my last slide, is to say trying to connect the big vision, the agricultural development vision of Senegal through their program development, which is called the PRACAS, with the other dimension of the social protection and the school feeding program. I think that's important because what's happening is that either you go for agribusiness and economic development through agriculture, and you have a chance to live on the margin, the people who are completely vulnerable and cannot access these kind of markets. So we are trying to link them, to lift them out of poverty, let's say, and to bring them into this association which already has some sort of capacity to trade. We reinforce them, but we also try to be more inclusive and try to get the people who are most vulnerable through the social protection policy. I don't know if it answers your question. No.
Thank you. Developing social protection policies in poor countries, especially in Africa, is very high on the agenda of the present Director General of FAO. Several times he has spoken about that. Based on his experience he had in Brazil, so you know, and already social protection is quite prominent in Asia and Latin America, not in Africa. So the Director General has put it as one of his top priorities, is develop social protection policies in Africa. And Senegal, I think, is a good example. I'm afraid I have to conclude the session here. We have had a very good, I think, good speakers, good les bons intervenants. So I thank you all very much. Please let me ask you all for an applause for our interpreters who, against all the rules, stayed with us. I think they must have found the subject also so interesting for them. That was probably their motivation, not to cut us off at 1 p.m. So I turn the floor over now back to Isolina.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to everybody for being here at 1:20, 20 past 1 already. Thank you for everybody online as well. I learned a lot myself. I think all the cases were very interesting and highlighting different aspects. There is no way one could summarize that, but certainly what we can extract from it is that we need, or it confirms what we thought with our colleagues from CIRAD and others, that we need to document more of those, certainly, because, you know, there are many interesting cases. When to document best practices is not only on view of sharing, but upscaling them, so fully getting also finance and other partners into it, because you see that it's all generated from one or two, but it can only be upscaled if more come around. We are interested in, and that answers the question of the Minister Plenipotentiary from Uganda, on the platforms for dialogue and things happening in the region. Actually, one of the follow-up we discussed when we started was with the African Union. So we still intend to have somewhere, it could be Uganda indeed, high-level discussion bringing specific cases for Africa. And for CTA, it fits very well within the areas of work we have, which is policy, so a lot on nutrition and regional trade, agribusiness and value chains development, very specific ones like cereals, livestock, which was mentioned, and others, and of course the ICTs and data. And on the data, one area which is fascinating, I know the farmers, the IFF has mentioned that, and we are working with SACAO as well, with Southern Africa farmers, is the precision agriculture and the opportunities it brings, and not only for the very big scale in EU and the US. This is another myth. I mean, it can be absolutely adapted. And then on principles, of course, transparent and trust, I think it has been said very much, but you cannot have that if you don't sit together. I mean, it cannot happen just per se. Win-win solutions where everybody, I mean, around the table has something, and complementarity. The added value is something we don't want emerging partners just to do the same mistakes eventually as the traditional ones, if we can call them like that. We are very much interested on knowledge exchanges and, as I said, peace dialogue. So with that, I thank you all. Of course, I thank my traditional co-organizers, but especially today, CIRAD. I was very pleased to work with you as well, Dr. Gabas. I mean, on all the studies for many months now. I thank you and all the team, because I know you had a team with you as well working on that. And I invite you really to look at the studies and join us if you want that we do more together, including in other regions of the world. So thank you very much to all, and bon appétit.